Okay, so welcome to the webinar, everybody. We're going to be talking tonight about conservative veneer preparation techniques, so porcelain veneer preparation techniques. I'm Dr. Stephen Phelan. Many of you may know me. A bunch of you probably don't know me either. So this is just myself. I'm right here. That's my daughter Kylie, my son Jack, and my wife Melissa. We're big Star Wars fans. That's me on the Star Wars Day at Sea on the Disney cruise with Boba Fett, which is very cool. And then the other thing I'm really into is wake surfing. So I wake surf a lot in the summer. This winter I'm hoping to wake surf in Turks and Caicos on the ocean, but for the most part I do freshwater wake surfing, and that's something I'm really into. The other thing I'm really into, obviously, is clinical dentistry. If you look, this is a real quick little video we shot of shooting a video. So it gives you a perspective of what we do. And so this is myself working on this veneer case, and I'm seating this veneer here and videotaping seating the veneer at the same time. So it's kind of cool to see it from this kind of perspective. So I think that that's kind of neat. So when I'm filming clinical video that I will share with you tonight, I'll share with you some clinical video. I film video each week, every week, week in and week out in my practice with this little 4K video camera attached to my Zeiss Pro Ergo microscope. And what I like to do is archive all these videos, and I have a huge collection now over the years of videos, and I have a whole massive collection of them when they were tapes. We originally did them with tapes, having basically a cable out of the microscope into the tape recording video camera. So it's been a couple different iterations to be able to make video, but the bottom line is just making the video. So we have a lot of video. I'm going to share with you some video tonight because I do believe that video helps with the clinical training and learning online. And when I was younger, I did a lot of CE. I've been practicing for 25 years. In the 90s, I wanted to take my practice to a different level and be able to manage and treat these kind of cases. And so I went through and did COIS, I did SPEAR, I did Dawson, I did Eubank and Morley's program at Baylor, and I became an accredited member of the AACD in 98, actually, and was awarded the plaque in 99. And so I was lucky to be one of the few people that passed the AACD accreditation fully on the first attempt, at least back then. Back then a lot of people, they tended to not pass everything at once. So they told me I was one of the very, very few. And, the thing is, when I took all this CE, I was flying all over the bloody world taking CE, and I still do a lot. But today, the ability to watch video online takes CE to an entirely different level. I would not have had to fly around as much as I did when I was a young dentist if they had online video clinical training today than that they have today. And even today, it's not really being taken advantage of as much as it could be. It seems, unfortunately. I think there could be a whole other level of training online from other people who train this kind of or teach this kind of dentistry. So my mission is to train online because I like it. It's good for the dentist because you don't have to fly all over the world like I did as a younger dentist. And I'll tell you, I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on CE over a short, 3 to 5 year period to take my practice to this level. And I think it was well worth it, obviously. But today, I think that a lot of this could be presented in a different manner, and it's just kind of a mindset shift more than anything. And I had some exceptional mentors, Dr. John Coyes, Dr. Frank Spear, Dr. Peter Dawson, Drs. Eubank and Morley. After doing that kind of core curriculum of different workshops, I started going to IDEA, and I had Dr. Pascal Magnier teach me some things that were just unbelievable. He's a fantastic educator. And then learning implants and surgical procedures, I went to, I should add more names to this slide for that, but I I singled out here Dr. Otto Zur and Michael Picos. You could also single out Dr. Herzler and Dr. Tarnow. I've taken a lot of different training. So the perspective that I have, though, is it comes down to this quote from Steve Jobs, or this thought that Steve Jobs had, and that was, you need to go out and expose yourself to the best of what others have done, and then bring some of it back and add it to what you were doing. So I was lucky enough to expose myself to a number of the greatest minds and teachers and educators in dentistry, and I managed to have enough ideas from all of that to put it together into something that works in a clinical practice. And as Ranesh said, I have a clinical practice. I do this each and every week. So I've been able to put together what I learned from these mentors into something that I know works in a clinical practice, because I do this each and every week. And I've been doing it for 20 years since I took a lot of that core training. And so I thought about maybe 6 years ago, I thought, geez, we need a mindset shift. I'm going to start teaching online, because we could post video online now. And I had already been filming a lot of video through my microscope. So I had the idea that I'm going to focus my efforts on online training, online clinical training, because of the ability to show clinical video. So I developed my occlusion design program, and then I developed my Velocity Elite program, which is more case acceptance. So these are the two main programs that I have. I have a number of other smaller programs, but my main flagship clinical training program is occlusion design. And so tonight we're going to talk about conservative veneer preparation techniques. I'm going to follow what Dr. Ganatra has advertised as the curriculum for this webinar. And I'm going to make sure we talk about instrumentation, preparation techniques, and preparation design. But the goal tonight during this clinical webinar, I'm going to teach you how to prepare teeth for porcelain veneers so that you can have excellent long-term results for your patients. That's really the goal with porcelain veneers, is let's have some excellent long-term results for our patients. And you look at, this is just my veneer book that I made for showing patients. And, this is an 18-year-old veneer case. This is a 15-year-old veneer case. My Shine rep, I did his veneers about 21 years ago. And I've been meaning to take some 20-something-year-old post-ops. His only issue is he had recession. But the veneers look great. He just has recession, natural aging recession. The cool thing is, this can be used very effectively for lower incisors, even with crowding. Now, there's a certain level of crowding where I recommend the patient have orthodontics. Even with this amount of crowding, I still recommend the patient have orthodontics. But if you have a 55-year-old CEO of a very large corporation, they're not likely to have orthodontics. And that's what this patient was. So to be able to do this with veneers without mutilating their teeth is a huge game changer for our practice. And I'll share with you this case and how I planned out and prepared the teeth without mutilating them and without making crowns. And so having pictures of this also up in your dental practice can really help grow your practice as well. So here's that case, the executive who wouldn't have orthodontics. And this is a pretty moderate amount of crowding. When I was younger, I might not have thought I could do this with veneers. But after 20 years experience, this isn't that bad to do with veneers. It's easier than you would expect. There are some critical keys to knowing how to prepare teeth like this for veneers and not mutilate them. That's the biggest caveat here. We do not want to mutilate these teeth to make them into beautiful looking teeth. And we can do that if you strategically plan your veneer preparation and design. So I'll tell you that many patients want a stunning smile. I have a non-stop flow of patients coming into the practice asking for this kind of dentistry. And I don't even advertise anymore. I stopped advertising Oh, geez, it's been at least a year and a half. I haven't done really any paid advertising, but I have enough out there online because I teach. Plus, I've created enough content over the years that it does the advertising for me. So I haven't done any paid advertising in maybe almost 2 years. But we have a continuous flow of patients coming into the practice, and it's not because of the location. I'm in a pretty crummy location, and nobody would know that it's a fairly high-end dental practice looking at it in a strip mall the way it is. But again, we have a steady flow of patients coming in for cosmetic, rehabilitative type of dentistry. A lot of that can be related to doing porcelain veneers. Here's just a few cases. But here's the killer. A lot of these people don't know who to trust to deliver results. They know that it can be done, and they know you can go out and get people to do it, but who can deliver the results at a really high level? And, you can deliver results at a really high level. What you need to do is just learn some fundamentals and have some good ceramist support. So, another grouping of patients. All of these patients came in looking for cosmetic, rehabilitative type of dentistry. And I know with Ranesh's mission statement is to help you expand your services and expand your productivity and your production in your practice with the webinars that he's presenting. And tonight's will help you with this because you might have a mindset of not being able to do this kind of dentistry for some of these cases, but you want to expand your mindset about where and what you can do with porcelain veneers, again, without mutilating teeth and helping more patients. But here's the problem. There are problems with porcelain veneers, and that's probably why a lot of people just don't want to go there, because they don't want something like this. And this is probably one of the problems that scares people about veneers. But there's often a reason why something like this would happen. I'll tell you confidently, I've been doing veneers for my entire practice career for 25 years. I've had, and both of the cases that I can think of, this happened in the first 4 or 5 years of placing veneers. I've had 2 units come off like this. I've had none in 20 years. None in 20 years come off like this. And there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. And so something like this patient was referred to me by one of my members. And this is the veneer. And my member did not do the case. My member just inherited the case and wanted me to help because he knew that this was a problem case. So I'll show you a couple of aspects about this that we'll talk about as we go through the webinar. But this is something that I think is a problem that maybe people hear about, and it prevents them from wanting to do veneers, prevents them from wanting to do veneers. But I'll tell you, veneers are an awesome option for our patients. But you see things like this. Look at this veneer on the bicuspid. Molar, the first molar. That veneer was 2 millimeters thick. Who the heck makes 2 millimeter thick veneers and preps the teeth to do it? It's insane to me. This is a patient that came in after she had veneers from molar to molar, and multiple units were falling off. This was just one of them. This one has a jacket crown. You know why? Because the veneer fell off and the tooth was completely mutilated under the prep. So I had to switch it to a jacket crown. Same with another tooth on the other side. And this is I'm not going to say who it was, but it's a pretty famous dentist from Toronto, famous within, the Canadian community. And, the problem is, I don't think he's meaning to, but he was trained on how to prep teeth the wrong way. And you don't prep teeth for veneers like this. This is a huge problem. And this is what happens. The veneers are on the tabletop looking at calipers to see why the heck they're so thick. So, my goal tonight is to teach you a solution so that that never happens. There's no reason for that to ever happen to your patients. And after tonight, it never should and never hopefully will, because there's no reason for the veneer preparation to be that aggressive. And so let me show you this case. This is a case that I treated in the 90s. It's a 19-year-old post-op images. And this slide was the same case, but I wanted to put the before in. This was a widescreen slide. That's why it looks like this. And it was a slide I showed at the AACD meeting in Vegas. I was lecturing with my ceramist, Harold Heindel. And we were talking about restorative records for full mouth cases, but I put in this case at the beginning of the lecture just to point out long-term results with porcelain veneers, because this case, being from the 90s, is also my AACD accreditation case. And these images here were taken 19 years post-treatment. This is the 19-year post-treatment image of the case. They've never fallen off, and the margin and gingival tissue architecture and interface are as good as when I put them in. Maybe better, because the tissue loves porcelain veneers when the margin is good and the emergence profile is respectful of the tissue. So this is what I want to envision for you in 20 years from now, is having cases like this that you can show, you know, your kids, your grandkids. You know, this is pretty cool. I was showing my son this presentation before I left the house to come in today, and showed him a couple of the cases, because my son's 10, he wants to be a vet. And that's great. If he wants to be a vet, that's cool. But what I'd like him to be is a dentist, if we can get him interested in dentistry. So we're working on it, because it would be great if he became a dentist. And then this is a 12-year-old veneer case I did with Harold Heindel. You look from the lateral views. Again, great tissue architecture and tissue interface at the 12-year mark. This is the tooth. This is the veneer. This is the tooth. This is the veneer. Pretty good replication of surface, luster anatomy, and just translucencies. I like the halo translucency on this case. But it's really, you know, all of that is the ceramist's artistry. The tissue margin interface is our artistry, our ability to manage the preparation and manage the bonding of the case. This is our artistry right here, this little area right there, and the ability to bond the case without it debonding like I showed you, and I guess also the ability to manage the occlusion, of course. The main thing we'll talk about today is making sure the case doesn't debond, and expand your horizons about what cases you can actually treat with veneers. And I'll tell you that everyone here tonight can do this kind of dentistry. I truly believe it. All of you can do cases like this and get results like this at 12 years, 15 years, 19 years. You can all achieve this. You know, I totally believe this. And I believe, as I've said, if you've seen any of my videos, that beautiful and precise dentistry is not just for the gurus. I truly believe that. And this is one of my missions by teaching, is being able to enable all of us kind of practicing clinicians to be able to do cases that are, I guess you could say, guru worthy, as far as being able to show to our community. So this seminar will teach you the most critical factor for long-term success with porcelain veneer cases. And I don't say this lightly, because I've thought a lot about why I'm getting great long-term success with veneers. And I know that there are 8 critical factors, or 8 factors. I'd say there are 3 that are really critical. And they're mostly controlled by us as the clinician. They are completely controlled by us as the clinician. And then I've thought that the most critical factor is this one that I'm going to really harp on. And you know what? Let's see if anybody wants to guess, Ranesh. It's kind of fun to see what people think. Does anybody want to guess what the most critical factor for long-term success with veneers is?
Let's see.
If
People say
anybody wants
moisture,
to, that's cool. If not, I'll just say it.
moisture, case selection, occlusion. Those are some of the
Yep,
answers.
yep, yep. Let's see if we've got. I'll see if somebody gets it.
Reduction, bond and enamel, cementation procedure,
Yeah, yeah,
staying in enamel,
yeah, yeah. We've got some
non-talc
good
situation,
answers.
bruxism, prep design.
Yep, yep. Lots of good answers. Lots of good
Great answers.
answers. Lots of good answers. Okay, so let me tell you. After whoa, we got a lot of answers. Holy smokes! As I said, I believe there's 8 really important factors. There's probably more than that, but there's 8 factors that I think that we control. And there's one word though for the most critical factor, I believe, for long-term success, and that's enamel. And it really comes down to preservation of enamel. I wouldn't discount the occlusion. I think that that's really up there. As I said, I think there are 3 that we control that are the most critical. I will say that it's enamel, occlusion and management of the occlusion, and then your bonding technique. The bonding technique is really important, of course. How you manage the bonding technique. Obviously, if you don't do it right, even with enamel, you could have problems. But if you have great bonding technique, but you don't have enough enamel, you have problems. You have significant problems. So I still believe that enamel is the most critical factor. And if you look at the literature, the dental literature, not just like case reports, I'm talking about the actual serious scientific literature like JPD or different scientifically based journals that are peer reviewed. If you look at the peer reviewed dental literature, it supports that the porcelain veneers bonded to a majority of enamel instead of dentin have a higher probability of long-term success. And you look at retrospective studies by some of the people who've been doing veneers for 30 something plus years, Muro Fradiani, porcelain veneers, 6 to 12 year clinical evaluation and retrospective study. He found, looking back at cases, the probability of survival of veneers was very high, 94% at 12 years. Now, this is a very good clinician, so you would expect that kind of probability of success from a really good clinician who obviously knows what he's doing with design. But what he said is fractured veneers, and everybody can have this happen, were bonded on tooth structure mostly represented by dentin with a proportion of enamel below 50%, especially on the finish lines. So this is where we start getting into even great clinicians can have individualized failures because your preparation has more than 50% dentin exposure. And retrospective study by Mark Friedman out of California, factors such as unfavorable occlusion, of course, and extensive dentin exposure during the preparation increase the chances of veneer failure. And you look at the most recent JPD annual review of the scientific literature, which was the September issue. They were also looking at bonding to enamel has much higher long-term bond strengths than bonding to dentin or some kind of base or liner. So enamel is the key. And with that in mind, let's look at preparation design, because our preparation design really needs to take into account that we would like to keep enamel for our cases. So my golden rule with tooth preparations is to use the most conservative preparation design to get the job done as much or as well as possible for our patients. So you look at the axial reduction. The overall goal of the axial reduction is to have sufficient ceramic thickness to provide the restoration with adequate strength, color, and intrinsic mechanical resistance. And so some dark cases, you need more thickness to mask the preparation color. The porcelain reduction requirements, however, must be compatible with the preservation of existing tooth structure and enamel for the tooth to be restored with a conservative porcelain veneer. So what that means is we have to look at how much are we going to reduce the tooth from an axial perspective? And what I'd share with you is we're going to try and err on the side of less reduction. So in the cervical especially, the enamel's really thin. We need less reduction. As we go to the incisal third, we've got a lot more enamel. We can do a little more reduction to give the ceramist some room for strength in occlusion and function and aesthetics, because the incisal third is generally where a lot of the action happens for the aesthetics with porcelain veneers. So you look at an average enamel thickness compared to my reduction, and in some of these cases, we could be getting pretty close to pushing through the enamel if we go with the higher reduction idea. So I would suggest to you go more with the lower reduction idea, the lower amount of thickness. And a lot of veneers today can be made thinner and thinner and thinner, and the technology is getting more and more towards thinner porcelain restorations so that we can preserve more enamel. And here's another concept that really helps with this, and it's called the additive diagnostic wax-up. So when you're having your ceramist wax your case, or you're waxing your case, if the patient already has a lot of facial enamel thinning due to erosion or toothbrush abrasion, and his enamel's thin already, his or hers, then you maybe hardly have to prep it at all, because you're going to be additively adding contour and fullness to the teeth. So this was an article by Dr. Monnier that was an excellent article. This is a case that I did with Harold Heindel. This is a patient with a lot of erosion and attrition. So I said, we're going to wax this up additively. I don't want to prep the teeth very aggressively. We're going to leave as much tooth structure as possible. Now, this is a crown case and a full arch, full mouth rehabilitation. But even with crown cases, I still want to leave as much tooth structure as possible so that I maintain the structural integrity of the tooth, and wherever possible, leave as much enamel as possible. So these concepts don't just go for veneers. This could be applied to crowns as well. And here's just a quick picture. I went to a course on aesthetically adhesive, thinner types of restorations and onlay veneers for full mouth rehabilitation this summer with Dr. Monnier in IDEA again. And so he has some excellent courses at IDEA in San Francisco. I'd highly recommend them. So here's the rehab case. Again, he's done most of the prep to his teeth on his own. All I really have to do is put a finish line on and break interproximal contact in this case, because I'm going to do more traditional jacket crowns. I could have done a wrapped veneer, but the teeth were so thick incisally, I decided to go with more jacket crowns. So here's the additive contour wax up though, and then here he is before and after. So it's a nice result. We went with zirconia crowns. The whole mouth is zirconia restorations. I finished the case, must have been 7 years ago now, and everything, knock on wood, has held up really well. We haven't had anything break, and he does not wear a night guard. And I've talked about this case in a couple different presentations. So it's a nice case, but it's all zirconia restorations. Now the anterior restorations are layered zirconia. In fact, I think the whole mouth is layered zirconia, because this is, as I said, about 7 years old. They didn't have monolithic zirconia back then, although maybe they were just starting to release Bruxer. This was lava zirconia. They did not have monolithic full contour lava 7 years ago, at least not commercially available. Now here's another case with an additive wax-up design for a patient with a lot of tooth wear that we wanted to veneer the case for. Interesting thing about this case, I will show you the preparation video for this case tonight. Interesting thing about this case, he came in just for a regular checkup and cleaning. He didn't really think about coming in and asking about cosmetic dentistry. And what we pointed out to him, my hygienist especially, who did the exam and cleaning, I came in for the exam, but she had started everything. She said, you've got a lot of tooth wear. and he's only in his 30s. She said, you have a lot of tooth wear. Have you thought about having that fixed? And he said, oh, I didn't really realize how much tooth wear I had. And she said, yeah, your front teeth are wider than they are long. That's the opposite of what they should be. And then she took the intraoral camera and showed him all the wear on his teeth occlusally. And it was mostly, fortunately at this point, on the anterior teeth. It hadn't progressed yet to the posterior teeth as much, because he had just probably in the last few years worn out his anterior guidance. So it was starting on the posterior teeth but hadn't really developed. So she said, look at these. And she showed my porcelain veneer book. And he's like, oh my God, I need porcelain veneers. So he came in completely unaware. He walked out booking a records appointment to do the functional analysis, because I needed to look at his occlusion as part of this, because he had a lot of tooth wear. So we had to look at his occlusion, and we had to look at what kind of treatment plan we're going to put together. And the final treatment plan was really just simple: 6 veneers on the top and 2 lower cuspid veneers plus equilibration. But he came in completely unaware. And again, looking at some visual aids, like my porcelain veneer book here, from my hygienist, and having an explanation of what was going on, he left really wanting porcelain veneers. Here's the book. She showed him specifically some of these long-term cases and some before and after cases from the book. And he was like, oh, this is what I need. And we have these up again on some of the walls. These ask us about fixing your tooth wear, ask us about porcelain veneers. And again, the unaware patient, this can stimulate conversations about having this kind of dentistry. Especially the lower incisor pictures. I like those because so many people are getting so much chipping and edge chipping and corners chipping on their lower incisors. And to fix that is a really nice service. And it's good for us because it's good dentistry and it's fun. So that's just a little aside. Incisal design. The scientific literature supports the incisal design for veneers, especially on incisors, to have, I would say, more 1.5 nowadays as opposed to 2 millimeters. I tend not to try to let it go to 2. I tend to go to 1.5. But say 1.5 to 2 millimeters of thickness on the incisal edge and a butt joint finish line on the palatal. This design has been suggested, and in some different peer-reviewed studies, to be superior to a palatal chamfer from a strength perspective. So you look at some of the peer-reviewed literature studies, this one states that replacement of the palatal chamfer for porcelain ceramic veneers with incisal butt joints resulted in stronger restorations with more simplified tooth preparation. Definitely more simplified tooth preparation. You look at this case, these are dies from the 12-year-old case I showed you earlier. And if you look here, the preparation for the butt joint finish line is very simple to do. And then you have the incisal edge lengthened from there. So as opposed to having a small chamfer in here that the porcelain's thin and can chip, having this butt joint adds strength and I think helps with longevity. Now, Dr. Monnier shows cases where if you want to increase the protrusive guidance on the incisors, but you still want this butt joint type of finish for strength, you could just bond in some guidance with composite resin. Now on cuspids, I tend to wrap it more because in cuspids, I'd like to control the guidance with the porcelain unless the guidance is already okay in the pathway. Depends on what the pathway is. But a lot of these cases, you want to improve the guidance. So those we wrap over, and it's more like an additive contour porcelain on the palatal. If you do that, what you have to be aware of is I tend not to even put much of a finish line on some of those cases because we're additively building, and I just let Harold feather it down to a non-contact area beyond the concentric stop, so a non-contact area. But what you have to be aware of is you don't leave this butt joint finish to wrap the porcelain over on a cuspid. You have to round that because this sharp edge, if you wrapped porcelain over it, is going to crack. The porcelain will crack, so you do not want that. So, once you start getting a veneer that goes way over the palatal, what is that? Is it a crown? Is it a 3/4 veneer? Is it a clamshell veneer? I don't know what you would call it. It's Dr. Monnier just calls them all bonded porcelain restorations. But, from a classification point of view, you'd almost want to call it a crown at that point. But for cuspids, again, I tend to wrap them more in less butt joint finishes, depending on where the guidance is going to be. So that's decided on a case-by-case basis. Most incisors, upper and lower, almost all of them, we do a butt joint finish. It's the cuspids where we have to think a little more, depending on how we design the wax up. And then this is that die again. Again, we taper the preps in the incisal third to give, again, the ceramist more room to create the really nice looking porcelain, and so that the veneers don't stick out also. So that's a tip. I saw that tip really early as a young dentist from Dr. Gerald Sheesh, who's one of the true masters of aesthetic dentistry. And then interproximal design, I designed the interproximal contact area to be left intact in almost all my cases, because that makes the preparation simpler and it creates a maximum preservation of enamel. Now, if the patient had a diastema before we started, obviously you can't leave the preparation intact. What happens, though, as you're designing draw in the prep, you often will end up with a little bit of enamel broken through at the line angle when you have a interproximal open area like a diastema. So I'll show you what I mean by that with a preparation video of the case with the wax up I showed you with the patient who was unaware. I'm going to show you his prep video, and he had a space between his front two teeth. So we'll show you how we manage the preparation design for that. But these cases where the teeth are all good proportions, case like this, there's no reason to prep through the interproximal. I leave these like this. Here the lady had a diastema, so we prepped through because there was a diastema. So if there is a diastema, you prep through to the palatal line angle almost. So I prep all the way through so we have good thickness of porcelain contact. This case, I was able to do the butt joint finish on the cuspid also. So you can see the cuspid here, finish lines on the butt joint of the cuspid because we were able to develop guidance beyond that. The bicuspids are prepped with basically no prep. They might as well not even prep them really, both the bicuspids. I'm leaning more and more on bicuspids to a different prep design, which I'll explain as we look through this. Gingival margin design, I tend to use a KS0 or KS1 diamond. They're a round-ended cylinder diamond. I'll show you the actual diamonds when we look at preparation instruments. And to finish the margin design, I put my first cord in, which is a lighter cord, usually a yellow or a black, yellow with crown preps, black with veneers, ultra pack cord. And what I do to finish the margin is I put in the first cord kind of lightly, not crunching it way deep, and then I basically prep my margin super gingival of the first cord. So the cord is kind of a nice outline of the gingival scallop for me to follow with my preparation margin. And I stay above that cord, and I tend to finish my margins with lower speed in the KS0 or KS1. So I turn down my electric handpiece, and I tend to prep them dry. So I'm only lightly touching it, so I'm not heating up the tooth because of this, and I'm just smoothing the margin location. So let me show you a video of this because it's probably the best way to see it. And the video is actually a jacket crown case. It's a case I'm working on right now that I'm seating on Wednesday. So I'm seating this full upper arch with a partial lower rehab on Wednesday. But I pulled up today some of the prep videos because they're good close-up videos that I just recently shot. So I thought it's fun to show some recent things. So this is the prep video. And you'll watch here when I place the cord, the first cord. Again, it's not packed in deep, but you can see the margin's just a little ragged through here. It goes up a little bit here, goes a little down there. It's not following the scallop quite as perfectly as I'd like. And this patient wants a color shift with her veneers. So I want to follow the scallop nicely so we have a good finish to our restorations as far as color goes. The other thing I'll want you to notice, two other things. These are jacket crown cases. I'm putting a very light chamfer on my jacket crowns. Typically, I'm not doing a shoulder or a heavy chamfer. So with that in mind, we're preserving a lot of enamel. There were places where there's dentin exposed where the patient had previous restorations. So we've taken them out and done core buildups. And there was some decay. And the other thing to point out, longevity with bonding porcelain restorations. I leave my preps relatively rough. So these are the preps. I don't smooth them a hell of a lot. They're not highly polished preps. The advantage of that is this is really great surface to bond to. It probably looks like, if you were at a macroscopic level, it looks like a mountain range in there because of all the scratches. Now, Harold has told me he could still construct the veneers no problem and get great fit, and the refractory dyes are fine, even with me microscopically leaving the preps pretty rough. So I don't highly polish the preps. I think that might be one of the reasons why I'm getting such great long-term bond strength. I've never highly polished the preps. I smooth the margins, but I don't highly polish the preps. So they're left relatively rough, you'll see. So here's, again, in my microscope. This is the KS1 diamond, dry, and I'm just scalloping my margin to match the gingival scallop with the single retraction cord in place. This is, again, a crown preparation. Same concepts as a veneer preparation. Still trying to leave a lot of enamel to bond to, which you can see here. And in this case, a light chamfer. So we'll prep it a little bit so I can really see here and smooth it. And then we rinse it and take another look. And this is basically how I prep and finalize the margins. And you could say this crown case does have dentin exposed here. The margin's all enamel still because it's such a light chamfer, but there is dentin here because this tooth was rotated out quite a bit, so we had to prep it down more there on the distal contour. The rest of these preps are largely, enamel crown, jacket crown preps. Here's a veneer case. Again, this was after provisional removal. You can see I'm following the scallop. Diastema closure, we drive the margin to the distal palatal, or the mesial palatal in this case, because of the mesial diastema. We're driving, smoothing the margin, following the scallop again, and not going interproximal in the other areas. And if you look, this works out pretty good. If you look at this close up, here's the preps, here's the finished veneers. Even though I don't go interproximally and I'm changing the shade, you hardly see it. I would challenge somebody when the patient's talking and there's a little bit of saliva here to even see this interproximal area. You can see here, there's some tooth exposed here because I didn't break the contact, but you can't see it with the natural eye. Same with here. Here we don't see that because she had a diastema that we've now recreated. The contact entirely in porcelain. But for these veneers, this contact's enamel, this contact's still enamel, this contact's enamel, this contact's still enamel. This is a porcelain contact. And here these were all supra to equigingival. You can't really see them with the correct porcelain layering technique. You can only barely see it interproximally. So again, it's worth preservation of enamel because you're not going to have veneers sitting on the countertop for your patients unless they have a traumatic accident. So here's a mindset shift that I want to present you with. And this is, let's look at doing totally prepless veneers where possible. And I'm going to show you totally prepless partial veneers. Partial veneers. So this patient came in to see me. I'll share you with you her case. And then even the case that I showed you earlier, you look at this. Unfortunately, a number of these had come off over time. They were only about 3 years old. And every time they came off, all you see is dentin in the veneer prep. So this is a veneer prep entirely on dentin, except the perimeter is in some enamel. So a couple of issues with this case. One is the width to length proportions are not good. So I talked to the patient about crown lengthening. Let's crown lengthen in your case. I can get beautiful proportions. I think your teeth would look much nicer because I don't think we could lengthen them much more. The lengthening was an occlusal issue with this particular case. He's actually class 3. So gingivally lengthening was the option that I presented. He asked all about it. He's pretty analytical. He said, no, I don't want to remove bone for aesthetics. And that's really what we would be doing. So we decided to make it as good as possible without removing bone. Now, with that in mind, we've got width to length proportion issues. I said, let's move the cuspid forward so the lateral doesn't look so wide, because the lateral and the central's looking too wide is worse than the cuspid looking wide. But with that in mind, I'm going to be making the cuspid wider mesially. I want to just basically leave a diastema distally. So I'm going to leave a space behind the cuspid. And he said, I think that's okay. And I said, okay, well, here's the other option. We do a veneer on the bicuspid to close the space entirely from the bicuspid. And he said, well, I don't want to prep any more teeth. I've had a bad experience with prepping teeth for veneers. And I said, no. We do a veneer on your bicuspid that doesn't prep anything. It's just additively bonded to your bicuspid. And he said, that I would consider, but I don't know. And I said, okay, well, let's do this. I'll leave the space on the provisional. You can tell me if you don't mind it. Because if you don't mind it, it saves me having the hassle of doing a no prep partial veneer to close an interproximal contact, which, quite frankly, is a complete pain in the ass. But I would do it as opposed to prepping this bicuspid, because that's what he wants, is not to prep any more teeth, which I'm totally cool with. He's had a bad experience. I totally respect that. So we did that, and he didn't like the space, which really surprised me. I thought he'd be completely okay with the space. It wasn't that visible, but it was there. And he said his young son asked him why he had spaces between his teeth. So he wanted it closed. So after the fact, after prepping, impressions, provisional, sending the case to the lab, he told me he wanted the bicuspid partial veneers, which is no problem because I was not going to prep them anyway. So I told Harold when he was doing the model work, I said, do model work for assuming bicuspid veneers just in case. Just in case. And here's the interesting thing. This is a class 3 patient he had vertical fractures in some of the veneers. You can barely see them here, but there were some on the other side and one cracked in half. So I decided we're going to go monolithic Emax for the new veneers, at least right up until the incisal edge, and maybe do some layered porcelain on the facial. But the functional areas will all be monolithic Emax. And I could have done monolithic Emax or monolithic zirconia, but I thought monolithic Emax in this case. The issue is we wanted to thin out the margins so much on the partial ceramic veneer, we decided to do those in feldspathic on refractory dyes. So let me just show you this after the whole long story, but it's interesting to hear the story. These are the partial veneers for the bicuspids to close the diastemas, made from refractory dyes out of feldspathic porcelain. Harold made these. And they're very thin. They're very thin. They're like 0.1 at the edges. So they're really thin. They're designed, if you look here, to basically overlap the existing tooth structure. Now, I didn't really think he was going to do it. I really didn't. So when I prepped the case, I didn't replace this filling. Had I known he was going to do it, I would have replaced the filling ahead of time. But I wasn't going to replace it now. I was going to replace it after at this point because I didn't want to basically cause my veneer an issue. So that's the one caveat. I really didn't think he was going to go for it. I thought he'd just leave the space. But you can see how we moved the cuspid mesially. We contoured it mesially to try and then be able to make the lateral look normal width. But here's the partial veneer seated in place before bonding. I've just put it in with water. And the little perimeter being so thin, it just kind of blends in with water to the surrounding tooth structure. You can see they're largely no color to them. They're just thin shells of porcelain with the color in the thicker areas. So that just picks up the surrounding tooth structure. So you bond these in with the translucent cement. Here it is here, getting a nice contact. I could have freehand bonded this, but I didn't want to. I wanted to do it this way because I felt that it would be stronger and I'd get a better contact and better shape gingivally of the contact. And so I just wanted it to be done this way. And here it is bonded into place. And these are the bonded Emax restorations. Again, they're not long. He was class 3. We couldn't go longer incisally. Could have gone longer gingivally, but he didn't want to do that for aesthetics. It wasn't that big a deal. Here's a close-up. But you look at the partial veneer. Again, this was no prep. And where possible that you could do this, if he was changing the color, we could have done a no prep veneer for the entire bicuspid. Now, depending on how much we wanted to bulk it out, we might have had to shave it down a little bit to change the color without bulking it out. But because he didn't care about the color, we just make a veneer that goes partially over the bicuspid. Let me show you another case. This is a case where a patient was post-ortho, let me show you this. So she's post-ortho. Orthodontist is happy with the results, but she has a space. Patient doesn't like the space. Orthodontist doesn't feel she could correct the space and maintain the occlusion with the guidance the way she likes it on the cuspid. She was happy with this. So, one option would have been to maybe rotate the cuspid in a little more and try and close the space that way. Patient didn't really want any more ortho. Orthodontist didn't want any more ortho. I said, well, does the space really bother you? It's not that big. And it truly bothered her. She's a young lady in her 20s, didn't like it. I said, okay, I'm not excited about bonding this. I really am not. It gets very narrow at the cervical and then wide up here. I'm like, I don't want to do it. So I just said, I tried to just avoid the whole thing. And she kept calling, and I said, okay. I told my receptionist, I said, tell her I'll do it, but I'll only do it as a partial bonded veneer. We won't prep her tooth. If she doesn't like it for whatever reason, I could cut it off if we had to, but she'll like it. But I'm not bonding it. I don't want to bond it. Personally, not my thing. And she said, yeah, I'll do the partial veneer. I just want the space closed. And I told her, I think it will look better anyway with the partial veneer. So Harold made the partial veneer. All I did was take a final impression of the cleaned tooth. No prep at all. Zero prep. The partial veneer is constructed by Harold on the refractory die. Again, it's thin at the edges. Feldspathic porcelain, you can see here where it's dry. It's thin at the edges, but you put a translucent cement in there and it blends into the surrounding tooth structure. He did have to have the color in the whole area where the diastema space is, because if you had that translucent porcelain there, it would just look gray. So he had to have color and then make the restoration go to translucent. So if you look here, again, it's fairly translucent along the perimeter, but the rest of this veneer is basically the shade of her teeth and the translucency of her teeth to close the space. So there it is, not seated. Here it is seated. Again, without cement at this point. And then here it is on the model, trying to manage holding it. And I'll tell you, preparing this is not the easiest thing. And you look at this, how thin it is. To etch this and put silane on this and get it ready to bond, and to just bond that's where you basically earn your chops doing this kind of veneer work. It's not the prep because you're not prepping, but it's not the simplest thing to bond. I can give you some tips on this, but it's not the simplest thing to bond. But look at the result. The result's unbelievable. Like, look at this. It's like, I couldn't believe it. It was better than I anticipated it would even be. You look at the close-up. You can't see this. I'm using a very high-res camera here. This picture, I could tell right now, was taken with my Nikon D3S. I am now using a Nikon D850, which is 48 megapixels. So I could blow up my pictures like you wouldn't believe. But this picture was taken in the summer, before the 850 came in. I know it's the D3S because my D3S is basically on its last legs, and I've got little artifacts in the images, these little dots. So I can tell this was the D3S because the sensors basically had it. I've used it for 5 years for a lot of pictures. But it doesn't take away from the fact that look at the picture. Like this tooth, this veneer, you cannot see in person. This is high-res photography and I can't see it. In person, you cannot see this. So she's thrilled. It did what she wanted. It's a beautiful result. And it was pretty easy. I took a final impression of a clean tooth and I bonded it in, neither of which took a lot of time. The bonding in took a bit of skill and just experience. I did do a little tiny bonding on the incisal edge chip on the other lateral. There was a little chip there. It was so small I couldn't really justify a veneer there. I don't mind bonding little incisal chips with composite resin. I don't like diastema closures. I just don't like doing them. So this, for me, is perfect. Because I don't like diastema closures. I always have trouble getting the marginal tissue of my diastema closure, direct composite diastema closure, perfect. And I'm so anal retentive, I work on it too long, and then you could gouge it or something. And I've used the BioClear matrices. I've used everything, and I just decided I don't like doing them, so I don't do them. But this is a better solution, I think, anyway. Another view of it, frontal view. Again, I bonded this spot. I wouldn't do this. I wanted to do it in porcelain. You get even more close-up, so this is even more close-up on this. I can't say that there's any better dentistry other than no dentistry for a case like this. I really don't think there is. And it's a great service for the patient. I'll tell you, I charged a lot for it because it's a very skilled procedure to bond that sucker in. So I charged $800, my fee plus the ceramist fee. And I think that that's relatively fair for the skill involved to bond that in. And she's, got good value for it. Here's the other side where I bonded the little corner. And there's some before and after. So you can see the shape of this cuspid was a little narrow compared to the other side's cuspid. This one has a nice contour. This one, before we started, had a narrow contour. Now it has a contour much more symmetrical with the other cuspid. For some reason, this cuspid was narrower than the other cuspid, and she had space. So again, the orthodontist felt the best thing was a restorative solution. This is a good orthodontist, and I think that I had to agree. So, preparation instrumentation. I hope you guys were excited by that, because I get excited about that kind of case. That's like a mindset shift in dentistry. And the more of these cases that I can get over the next few years, the more I'm going to collect and teach with them, because I think it's really cool. So, preparation instrumentation. My assistants have all of this perfectly set up for the day that I prep cases. This is also the core build-up setup here, as well as the prep setup. So a lot of cases I might be prepping veneers in the anterior and a couple of crowns in the posterior where I have to do core build-ups. A lot of the time we're doing full mouth cases, so we have maybe veneers on the front, crowns in the back, or veneers in the front, onlays in the back. But either way, everything has to be set up perfectly ahead of time. And even with my handpiece unit, I will always want, if I'm prepping a case, I want a scaler with a sonic scaler, because sometimes I'll find, especially when I'm prepping posterior teeth, you might, with a lot of old restorations, you'll find calculus interproximally in some cases. Even with good hygienists, it could be stuck underneath an overhang or something. So I want to be able to scale that. I have electric high speed, regular slow speed. When we do these cases, we have out a couple extra electric high speeds because I don't like overheating them for too long. So we just switch them out after a certain amount of the preparation. And obviously precision and detail is important with these cases. I do a lot of work under the microscope, but not everything. I'm also using 4.5 times Zeiss loops with the LED light, and that helps with the precision and detail in a big way. Now, instrumentation, I use the KS series of diamonds. I also use 3M XT discs for smoothing my preps and enhance cups and points. For smoothing the preps, if I don't prep through the interproximal, which is most of my veneer cases, I'll use a light diamond strip just to open the contact a little bit so Harold can see it for the dies. I wouldn't say open the contact, just to clean the contact more than anything. So I use the yellow polishing diamond strip. I don't use the cutting strips, so to speak. I'm polishing the contact is the way I'd like to put that, just so that he can easily create individual dies when I don't break the contact. And then sonic preparation tips. As I said, I like the scaling tip, but I also will share with you some preparation tips. And then we have the KS0 diamond, which is a round-ended cylinder diamond, nice and narrow, very good for lower incisors, upper incisors, interproximal areas. It's one of my go-to diamonds. That and the KS1, which is a shorter round-ended cylinder diamond, shorter and fatter. In some cases, especially upper centrals and cuspids, those two KS diamonds are too small lengthwise. So I have to switch to something like a KS2, which is a much longer round-ended cylinder diamond. And in some cases, I might even use a KS6 for some areas of gross reduction. Let me show you a KS2 on a longer tooth. So this is the case that I showed you marginating. This is the earlier part of the prep. So this is before the cord goes in when I'm just doing the gross reduction. This is again a crown case, not a veneer case. But that's a KS2 diamond. It's almost the length of many teeth when they're prepped. So it's a good sized diamond to do gross reduction. Again, we've left a lot of enamel on these preps, even though they're crowns. But this case, I'm going to seat it next week. The anteriors are feldspathic jacket crowns. So they're layered feldspathic jacket crowns, totally for aesthetics. So those are nice smooth diamonds to use. Sorry, I left some of the audio on that clip. It's kind of fun to hear the handpiece once in a while, though. And then KS7, this is an excellent diamond you'll see for incisal reduction and creating the palatal butt joint finish line. And then for crown cases especially, I'll use a KS4, which is a football diamond. And then once I have a core buildup on crown cases, I'll use the KS5 in some cases to do the gross reduction because it's just this big football diamond. And then for onlays, I use a 845 KR or the narrower version. I forget the number. And some of the cases I'll use the turbo diamonds if I'm cutting a lot of old restorations out because they just prep quicker. I use the Dentsply Sorona Enhanced Finishing Cups. So these cups are actually really good. I use them for lots of things in the practice. They are single use only, so they've got the little no two-time use. So they're single use only. We basically throw them out after each case. So I'll use them for one appointment and throw them out because they can't be sterilized. I'd probably be interested in seeing a research paper trying to sterilize them and see what happens, because I'd be shocked if they couldn't be. But it's good for the companies to put single use because you have to buy 20 times more. So you have to follow this though in our environment these days. We need to follow, if they're single use, we only use them once. My team's very on point with that. It'd be an interesting literature study though to sterilize them and see what they're actually like if you did some kind of culture of them. I have no idea why these are single use. I can see a lot of things, but I have no idea why those are. We were kind of surprised. But regardless, if they say that, you have to follow it. It's very important. So ultrasonic tips. We have a variety of ultrasonic tips that we use for preparations. And if you're into this, I'd suggest you look at the Cavo website under their Sonic Sys system. On my YouTube channel, Phelan Dental, or is it Dr. Stephen Phelan YouTube channel? Just Google me and YouTube plus YouTube. You'll see my YouTube channel. I actually have an ultrasonic preparation video that I talk about this in detail, and I believe if you Googled me and ultrasonic preparation tips, it would take you to my blog post where I have links to the Cavo pages if you wanted them. But we use these in a lot of different applications. I use these for even class 2 preps, so I don't touch the adjacent tooth with the safe-ended sides. So they have safe sides that are smooth, that don't cut, and then diamond-coated sides. So you can see here, this is the safe side, that's the diamond cutting side. Safe side, diamond cutting side, so they have reversed versions of all of these. And it's very cool. It's really, really, really helpful. I use them every day. I use them every single day. And then they have ultrasonic margin chamfer preps. These I actually ended up buying from Comet, Komet, I believe, because the Cavo ones were shoulder prep diamonds, which I wouldn't use. They're very hard to get a smooth prep finish with a shoulder prep diamond if you're only doing chamfer designs, which I don't do shoulder designs because it's just too costly of tooth structure. So the chamfer ones I had to get from Comet, but they're really handy. I'll show you a video of that. So you can see here, sorry. So you see here, I'm using a KS1, a 0 diamond here just to taper the prep. So I'm tapering the incisal edge, and I'm smoothing the transition from incisal facial to incisal. And then there's that incisal third preparation, kind of an angled prep. And then you look here, my margin is a little rough. So I haven't placed the cord yet, but I'm going to use the sonic to smooth that. So you can see here, this is the sonic tip. It's using sonic vibration. It's not rotating. There's no rotation with this. And you could use this just lightly to smooth your margins. It's beautiful for smoothing the margins. It's slow to prep a whole tooth. I don't think I'd try to, and it makes a terrible noise. But to smooth things, it's really excellent. So you can see here, we're going to smooth this. It's just a little rough. This I don't use dry. Again, sonic doesn't work well dry. I'll use a KS diamond dry, rotary diamond, but not a sonic diamond dry. So here we're just smoothing this. We can get this so beautifully smooth. You can see there where it's dry. I dry it to see it, but I don't use the handpiece dry. Here's the other cool thing. You notice how I touched the tissue there? With sonic, when you touch the tissue, it's much less aggressive. So I don't tend to cut the tissue as easily. And that leads me to this image here. You look at this case. This is a case where I took a crown that I did in the 90s, late 90s, and I cut it off because we felt there was a little bit of recurrent decay interproximally on the gingival margin that was basically on the root. So it was a deep gingival margin. We thought there was decay, so we cut it off, and there was a little bit starting. Not a lot, but a little bit. And it was so little that the core was completely good and intact. And this is a 16-year-old core buildup. I took this picture a couple years ago. Core buildup is perfect. Look at the core buildup tooth interface. Even in dentin, the core buildup is great. And we have a hard time bonding long-term to dentin with light-cured materials. This is a self-cured core buildup. Self-cured materials bond really well long-term, even to dentin. So this was a subgingival area on the distal prep. To prep subgingivally, interproximally, I would recommend the sonic instrument. So there, all I did was re-prep it. I left the core in. We stained it with Carey's dye. There was no staining at the marginal interface. So we left the core. I just re-prepped the distal margin where there was a small amount of decay. There was less than we thought when we took the radiograph and were feeling it. So here is the sonic tip. Again, interproximally, I can get in there and get this perfectly smooth with the sonic tip without, again, mutilating the tissue because it was a little deep down and through here. It was sub-G. So again, with the right technique, you can have excellent long-term results with your core buildups, but my tip for you there is use a self-cured core paste. Self-cured right inside the tooth. So preparation techniques. Incisal reduction stent, I use an incisal reduction putty actually to gauge the amount of incisal reduction relative to the diagnostic wax-up, the additive diagnostic wax-up. So the putty that we're using is this Platinum 95 from Zermatt. Has a very high shore hardness, so it's nice and stiff. Adapts nicely when it's pressed into place and molded. And before we prep a case, we check the incisal reduction putty and we see where are we going with our incisal reduction relative to the existing tooth structure. Because again, we want to reduce the incisal edge position relative to where we want to go. And then the other really important stent that we use for preparations is the Copyplast stent with depth holes. So this is made on a Biostar forming machine, and it's a shell made with the Copyplast material over a model of the wax-up, a duplicate model of the wax-up. And then my assistants, so that's the Biostar machine, my assistants go in and basically prep little holes in the shell so that then I can measure the depth of the preparation relative to the wax-up. The other one that we use, I use this one at the end, is the vertical sectioning stent. So we basically take a putty that goes over the entire surface of the preps and the teeth and down to the tissue. And I section it vertically through the middle of the prep. And I look at it in the mouth. And look at the vertical cross section relative to from the wax up to the tooth preparation. And you could do this with crowns, again, from the wax up to the tooth preparation. How much tooth preparation have you done relative to the wax up? Because that's really the most important point. So if the wax up's additive, there's less tooth reduction to do. But I use this as a final check and final fine-tuning of the prep. So let me show you a video of this on some lower incisors. So if you look here, we're prepping this case. I've already prepped it with the Copyplast, but I want to do a final check. And as I'm doing this, if you look, let's see, right there, we're a little too close on the incisal third. I could use a little more reduction there for strength because it's lower incisors, and just, for aesthetics so the prep doesn't bleed through because he's changing the shade. So I'm just going to reduce a little bit. That's that large KS tulip diamond. It's good for gross reduction. It's good to see the different diamonds in action. That's why I put this video in. So we do the reduction, and then we put the stent back in to gauge our reduction relative to the wax up. Again, this is gauging our preparation relative to an additive contour diagnostic wax up with the putty. So we put it back in, and now we can see, look at that space. That space tapers better in the incisal third. So we've got the porcelain where we need strength. Here's another tooth. Again, the incisal third is just a little too far out, which Dr. Gerald Sheesh said was the most common error with veneer preps and anterior crown preps. So we just need to prep that incisal third in a little bit. You can see how I'm angling the handpiece. Now when I do that, you can see we've got perfect preparation here. Sorry, it's a little hard to see, I know. So we've got perfect preparation flow here, good space here. The one thing I don't know if you could pick up on, the corner's really sharp. You don't want sharp corners. So using that diamond created a sharp corner. So now I have to go in and smooth that, and that's where the XT discs or the enhanced cups can come into play. I'm not really trying to smooth my prep excessively. I'm not worried about that as far as just the roughness of the surface topography of the prep. But I don't want any sharp line angles at the edge between the transition of the facial to the incisal portion of the prep. So you want to smooth that. Another critical part for long-term success is internal angles of your preparation are all rounded and smooth. Harold tells me this is one thing he sees very commonly as an error from other people's preps is sharp line angles inside the veneer, basically. So here's the prepped teeth, lower veneers, supragingival, no breaking the contact, conservative preps. Here's before and after with that case. That case, we had to rebuild the anterior guidance and cuspid lateral guidance on the right side especially. You can see how he was canted before. We rebuilt this. I did the upper arch, the lower 6, plus 2 lower implants in the posterior right. Nice case. He comes in and sees me and he says, you know, I spent a lot of money on my teeth. I'm like, yep. And he says, it was worth every penny. It was worth every penny. I wish I had done it sooner. He loves his new smile. This was a few years ago. I really like this case. So how we build all of these putties and stents, I have a video for that I share with my members. My assistant actually does all of this. So I just videotaped her doing it for a case, and it worked out really well. Now, people ask what size copyplast do we use? We use the 1.0 by 125. That's for the BioStar machine. And then we also use hardcast for making shells for provisionals, and that's 0.8 by 125 for the hardcast. But for the shell with the depth holes, that's the copyplast. So, preparation technique video. I have the video from another case that I want to share with you. And this one will kind of show you the whole process, except for the vertical putties. I just showed that with the lower case. So this one, there's the incisal putty. That's how much we want to lengthen this case. This was the case of the unaware patient when he came into the practice. He has bonding between his centrals to cover some of the diastema. So I have to remove that as part of this because I don't want to bond my new veneers to old composite bonding. This is the KS7 diamond that I told you about for incisal reduction that creates the beautiful palatal butt joint finish line. So this is just a wheel. I don't have to use this aggressively because I checked ahead of time. We're not really lengthening the teeth. We're lengthening the teeth a bit from the existing incisal edge position. So I don't have to reduce the teeth that much because the idea is we're lengthening them from their existing position. So we're not reducing too aggressively. We're mostly smoothing the edges with this. And then the copyplast shell. This has the depth holes. This is even, I put it in before I even prep because this was an additive wax up. I know there are places where I hardly have to prep. There are places where I have to prep, but there are places where I hardly have to prep. So I'd like to know that ahead of time when I'm designing my prep reduction. So we put that in right at the beginning after incisal reduction. I'm going to remove this diastema bonding. So I'm using a larger diamond for that. That's a KS2 Turbo, I believe. We're going to reduce this tooth structure that's basically composite resin. So you can see where the composite resin was. On the one, I can see the leakage of the margin because it was on dentin. So light cured composite on dentin, you can get leakage. You cut them off, you can see it. In a lot of cases, my plan is not to rebond it. I'm just going to prep the prep margin, drive it to the palatal because we want to close that diastema completely. So I'm just going to remove all the composite. So little initial reduction, removed a bunch of the composite. There's still quite a bit there. I'm not worried about leaving the prep surface a little rough, but what I want to do is get rid of that composite. So again, I don't want my finish line of composite. If possible. Most cases, it's possible to design it so you don't have to do that. So here's close up again. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's fun prepping teeth in the microscope because you're seeing so well. You get great light. And here I turned the water down because I wanted to see the composite. That's why I turned it down a little. So I basically just want to get the composite off without getting off the unnecessary enamel. And really, as it turned out, that composite, even though there was some leakage there at the gingival, it was on there really good. I had to really work to get it off, to be honest with you. So a little bit of leakage, but it was on there quite well. And it was on dentin in part of it. So I had to get it completely off. Using the scope helps with that. So I won't belabor that. I'll show you we're through. And there we've got most of it off here. We have some dentin exposed at the line angle from where the composite used to be. We're going to make sure there's still a little bit there. I'm going to just take this off with the scaler. So there's a little bit there. I'm going to remove that. We want to make sure it's all off. Caused it to bleed a little bit. That's not a huge deal. And then we're going in with the KS zeros, or is that a KS1? I'll be able to tell in a sec. That's a KS0. So we go in with the KS0s. I'm just refining the laterals. The laterals were largely additive contour, not a lot of prep needed for those, but there is a diastema on the distal of the laterals, so I have to drive that margin on the cuspid and the lateral interproximally there to the palatal. So we have width to the contact area in porcelain. If you notice, I'm angling again the handpiece so that we angle it inwards on the incisal third. We want to angle it inwards on the incisal third so that we don't have what Dr. Sheesh said is one of the biggest mistakes, and that's just too much tooth surface coming to the surface of your desired tooth, your desired porcelain restoration surface, by not tapering the incisal third properly. I know that one stuck with me forever when Dr. Sheesh was showing it. So there's some places here where I could see with the copyplast with the depth holes that I haven't prepped enough yet. Mostly in the incisal third, as it happens. So I have to prep those a little bit more, because these teeth were sticking like out a little bit in the incisal third. We wanted to just give them better contour from the profile view. So we don't have to break contact anywhere else. We're just tapering the restoration back a bit. And you can see how I changed the angle of the handpiece to do that. There's my tapering motion there. All the while, though, we're leaving enamel to bond to. Again, we have a lot more enamel on the incisal third. We can taper that a little bit when we're prepping. Not a big problem. So we prep that. Check it again with the copyplast with the depth holes. You can see here I've got more preparation thickness now relative to the outside surface of the wax up. Again, we don't need a tremendous amount because veneers can be made pretty thin today. But I'm going in with, this is a KS2 now. I'm just going in and doing some final preparation in the gross reduction area. You can see through here. Just forward this. Again, more preparation in the incisal third, and then check it with the copyplast shell, and I can see through the shell and see my depth holes in millimeters on my probe. It's just a perio probe. It'd be nice to make a perio probe. I wonder if we can get it that has a 0.5 millimeter plus a 1 millimeter mark. I bet you they make one. That would be a good thing to have for this kind of case. So again, here's the prep. Now what we want to do is, as I said, that facial incisal line angle is often sharp. We have to smooth that. That we want to round out. And you can see I've got a sharp edge right here. We're going to round that out right there. We're going to round out the facial incisal. We're not going to worry about smoothing out the prep excessively, because the surface topography having a little roughness is not a problem, and I think it helps with your long-term bonding, as long as the lab can fabricate the restoration. But there's all these little sharp edges. We're going to smooth these with the discs and the cups. And this one here, that bothers me just looking at it right now. I want to smooth it, and I did. And so then what I'll do is I'll put in my first chord. I'll marginate to follow the scallop of the first chord. And then I put in my second chord and the preparation is done. Now I have a little tip for you for prepping interproximal diastemas when they get this big. Let me share that with some of these pictures. So again, as a review, incisal reduction first. This is the sequence I always follow. Followed by first checking the overall prep volume relative to the wax up of the existing teeth. Initial prep of the existing teeth. Removal of any bonding. Checking again with the copyplast shell. Further reduction, usually the most common under reduced area is the incisal third. Checking. Reducing again the incisal third, checking and smoothing the incisal third line angle, and smoothing any little ragged areas. Now here's the preps with the first chord in place. And the tip that I have for you is when you have a large diastema like this, we want to prep the margin subgingivally, interproximally between the diastema, because we want to push on the tissue to create a nice papilliform. If we don't, then you're just going to have the veneer hanging, sitting on top of the tissue. You can't push it properly to create the peak of tissue. You'll have a kind of a big round papilla, not a sharp pointed papilla. What we want between centrals is a pointed papilla, not a big round papilla like this is. So we have to basically push on that. And we have to push on it with the porcelain. So the porcelain has to start subgingivally. So if you notice, I packed the chord deeper interproximally between the large diastema, and then I prepped down to it in the deeper location. Didn't really do that anywhere else. Small diastemas, I don't really worry about that to the same degree. This one I could have prepped maybe a touch more down, but for the most part, small diastemas, no big deal. It's the big one. You can see here, we've already got this contour here developing. So another side. The other thing to notice, this is again that case I just showed you the video. There's no enamel anywhere that's exposed other than this one line angle where the old filling was. There's no enamel exposed on the facial of these preps, even in the gingival third. It's all intra-enamel veneers. I almost wonder sometimes looking at this case, could I have done it with no prep veneers? I would have had to smooth all the edges, but almost. These are as close to no prep veneers as I think you get for prepping veneers. The only enamel that's not here is the enamel that wasn't here initially because of the wear, the tooth wear. So that he had worn through his enamel on the incisal edge. So, and he had started or was starting on the bicuspids, first bicuspid. You can see here, wasn't onto the molars yet. So we've caught him early enough before he started cracking molars. Now the second cord goes in, and the second cord is actually pushing on the tissue a little bit like the porcelain would. You can see here, we're starting to get a little peak of tissue. So this is the scallop that I want with my porcelain. And so there's the before and the prep. Again, keep in mind, closing diastemas. It's very important to follow that little tip right there. Now what Harold does is he actually contours the stone model, the solid model, to get a peak of porcelain so that then he builds his veneers to fit that. So you can see the little contour he created on the stone model, both facially and incisal and occlusally. And so here's the contour again. He's trimmed the papilla on the stone model so that the porcelain will contour the papilla to look like this stone model once we're finished. It's all very detailed stuff. Now this case was a little short and wide also. We increased the incisal edge position less than 1 millimeter. We couldn't increase it any longer. It wouldn't look good in his smile. We could have increased it gingivally, but he didn't want crown lengthening surgery for aesthetics. I talk to it about it to people. He didn't feel he needed it. And, we could make the porcelain with a fair amount of vertical anatomy to mask some of the width to length proportion problems. So this had some width to length proportion problems. But Harold, I asked him, and we've talked about this on a lot of cases, Harold and I, we put verticalized anatomy in this, and it hides that. And you play with the line angles, it hides it. So lateral views, even verticalized translucency. So you add these details, and you could hide some of the outline form problems. So you look here, they look pretty good. Again, we could have done crown lengthening, but we would have had to do the crown lengthening back to his second bicuspid, or it would have looked goofy also. And he just didn't feel the need to do that. I explained the teeth would have slightly fattish proportions, and he was okay with that. We've masked it again with verticalized anatomy. A couple other views, lateral views. Another thing that I want to point out, what I did here when I did the lower veneers on the cuspids, I told him I'm going to round out any sharp corners on your incisors, because originally I offered to do veneers on the incisors. He declined, but look at the difference between his before to after lower incisors. So that's another critical point to design the occlusion properly in protrusive and lateral guidance. So we had to make the lowers fit the uppers. You can see the papilla shape now looks much better between the centrals. More natural looking. And tissue looks good. Tissue interface looks good, even though we did a color change. Lateral views. And appreciate how much guidance we've added to the cuspids with the added tooth structure on both sides. It's a big difference. And he was, if we had gone another 5 years, he would have worn down his bicuspids because he was starting to get a little bit of incisal buccal cusp wear. And then he would have gotten onto his molars and could have destroyed his molars. So if anything breaks, it'll probably be the cuspid veneers, but he's saving his posterior teeth by having those in the path of wear and destruction or potential destruction. So last thing I want to talk about before we get to questions is crowding and porcelain veneers. You look at the lower incisors here. How can I prepare these teeth without mutilating them? And it's really a three-dimensional puzzle. And so I asked Harold how I want this waxed up. And what I asked for is we're going to rotate this tooth out. This lower right central incisor is going to be rotated out. We're going to bring back a little bit the lower left central incisor, and we're going to add contour to the lingual. And then we're going to additively build out the left lateral incisor and the cuspid and the bicuspid. And we're going to build out these teeth. Not sure why he built wax on the lingual of this one. That I didn't think was needed. But what we have to do if we're rotating this tooth out so it doesn't have a hugely thick incisal edge is we replasty the enamel on the incisal, lingual incisal on the mesial. So I plasty the enamel here, and then we do the incisal reduction, and with the incisal reduction, we then rotate the incisal edge out as it moves incisally. So it's rotating from this position out. You can see it rotates out. So it's a three-dimensional puzzle. I'm going to prep the enamelplasty on the tooth here. I don't need this lingual contour and porcelain on this tooth, I don't think. These will all be veneers. This one's going to be not a jacket crown, but a veneer that's kind of V-shaped and goes over the lingual. So I'm going to do veneers from here all the way over to here. This one's going to be a jacket crown just because we're going to taper it back a little bit. But the rest of these will be veneers. Even this tooth here that's sticking out, we're going to bring it back with a veneer, but it'll be a V-shaped veneer. So you look at the frontal view. This is the wax up. We cannot make a mock-up to go from this onto these teeth and cut depth holes in it. It will not fit because of all the crowding. So this is a case where I have to use the guides. So I do a little prepping where I know based on this model, I know that I have to taper an enamelplasty this lingual. I'll do that. And I'll prep some of the other areas. Then I'll try and get the shell to go on, the copyplast shell with the depth holes. Where it's binding is where I do my next amount of preparation. And then I just kind of go through prepping a little, putting the shell on, prepping a little, putting the shell on, see where it's close, prepping a little more. And it's kind of on and off with the shell to be able to prep these teeth as conservatively as possible. And the final result is a prep that looks like this. And it looks like, what the hell was he thinking? But I was actually thinking a lot to be able to design these preps for these lower molars and have it almost entirely enamel. You know, this is all enamel across here on these incisors. So you look at this kind of occlusally. I've got incisal reduction. The veneers are going to be longer than these teeth. As this tooth rotates facially, it's going to get thinner on the lingual. This tooth's going to rotate lingually and get thicker on the lingual. This one I didn't think needs lingual. And the rest of them, it's all just butt finishes, except for where this one's rotating, we've rounded the lingual incisal. So another good way to look at this is look at the models. So again, we're basically rotating this one in, so I've rounded this lingual incisal. I've enamelplastied this lingual incisal, and really the rest are more just veneer preps. It's nothing too crazy. And you could look at before, wax up, preparation. And it gives you a visualization. But really it's three-dimensionally thinking where the teeth will go, having it done in wax, and then using the shell, the copyplast shell, with the depth holes to guide your prep. Having a good idea about where you have to prep initially to get the shell to actually even seat. And that's how we do these cases. And these cases require me to think a lot more three-dimensionally as I'm prepping because they're more challenging. And you look at these incisal edges, I didn't just buzz across. I kind of did this one this way, this one this way, this one this way, this one this way, just trying to leave as much enamel as possible for the veneers to bond to. And so it's an interesting looking prep design, I would say. Another view. Again, if you look here, sharp line angles on the palatal butt joint finish, rounded. This one's rounded, this one's rounded. This one's not so rounded. I didn't think we needed to bring porcelain down the lingual. This one's sharp, this one's sharp, this one's sharp, This one's sharp, this one's sharp. These will not rotate or wrap down the lingual, so they're all sharp. This one's going to wrap down the lingual, it's rounded. And this will be kind of like a little V-shaped veneer. It's not going to be a jacket crown. I don't like jacket crowns on lower incisors. It's the last thing I want to do unless I absolutely have to. So that's going to be a jacket crown. I can make that work. And Harold can make that work. So you look here. Here they are being seated. It looks pretty darn good considering what the teeth looked like to start. And the incisal edges are all normal thickness because we rotate the incisal edges in and out in two places. There's the restoration, on the box. So here's the way they're sent. The lower arch was sent like this. I put them in the resin keeper from Cosmodent and label them for bonding. So in this case, I was bonding actually the front 4 incisors all in one shot, and then I was going to do the cuspid bicuspid and then cuspid bicuspid. You look at the provisionals. I shared with you my provisional technique. These are provisional veneers, 3 months post-seeding. I did the upper arch first on the case, but I provisionalized the whole mouth in one shot over 2 days. And then I proceeded to work on the case. We worked out occlusion design, aesthetic design, tested the new vertical dimension. Then once that was all tested, we built the upper reconstruction. Then we went to doing the lower reconstruction as a second phase of finishing. And this was 3 months later. Provisional looks pretty darn good. Those are veneer provisionals. The technique that I showed you definitely works. Look at the most important thing, and the area of dental artistry is the tissue. Look at the tissue around 3-month-old provisional veneers. That's pretty freaking good. Look at the tissue after I take off the veneers when I'm seeding the veneers that day. Take off the provisional veneers, that is. That's freaking great tissue to bond your veneers to. That's all I can say. Look at this. This is perfect tissue to bond your veneers to. Equigingival to supragingival margins. Beautiful case. We've isolated with a little Teflon tape there. Lots of reasons to use Teflon tape. Here it is seeded, post-seeding that day. I've gone through and I've really finished the margins, not aggressively, precisely, so it's smooth and we get that awesome gingival tissue interface, more of the porcelain to the tissue and the tooth. So I've gone through and with magnification smoothed all the resin cement everywhere and polished it. So that's why it's, I guess you could say it's a little bleeding here, but not a big deal. That's temporary. Here it is here. That's going to go away within a couple minutes. But I wanted you to see, I'm in there finishing this with precise magnification and making sure that I don't have blobs of cement everywhere that will cause the tissue to be crap when we're post-operatively looking at this. So there's the case. Here it is occlusally. Again, we rotated out on the left, right lateral, rotated in on the left. The rest of them were normal incisal edge position. Here's the before and after of the case after healing. You can see it looks perfect. And look at the difference in the teeth. If that's not something that gets you excited, I don't know what is. I'll tell you, when I show people with lower incisor crowding and tooth wear this case, that gets them excited as patients. This is something that could really boost your practice, having cases like this that you could do for people. We, as I said, finished the upper arch first, just to give you a quick preview. This is the upper arch. And this is the upper arch. Here it is, finished, upper and lower. Upper arch had crowding as well. But we managed to manage that okay. There it is there, before and after. As I said, this ceramics were from Harold Heindel of Aesthetic Dental Creation. Most of the cases you see tonight were from Harold. He does, really beautiful work. He does beautiful work. I think some of the best feldspathic ceramics you can get in the world, really. So that's Harold's contact info. And I have another crowding case, an upper arch crowding case that's really interesting, where I show you how I prepped the model for the wax up, because I wanted to direct Harold on how to create the wax up precisely. So I have some tips for that. I'll share that with you after the questions. It's a really cool case as well documented, but I think Ranesh wants to get to some questions.
Well, first of all, amazing, incredible cases,
Thanks,
great
Ranesh.
technique. Wow, so many learning points, Steve. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Love to see that case.
Yes, I have it queued up, because
Okay.
I know you like to go late.
Yeah. No, I mean we got so many doctors still on, so that's awesome. I've literally been reading all the questions. So I'm just gonna like do a short fire, like quick fire, and go through.
Yep.
Try to get through most of your some of the questions,
Mm-hmm.
and then we're also getting questions on how do they access some of your other trainings, your DVDs, your programs, all that.
Yep.
So I know you're gonna go over that too.
Yep.
Let's go into questions really quickly, guys, and then we'll go over his program, and then we're gonna go into that other case that he has lined up. I believe you said it's a crowding case.
Yeah, it's an upper arch crowding case that I treated with veneers. Another case where you'd look at it and think, I don't know if I could do that case, but you can do that case. So I'll show you how you do that case.
So that's coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know you got something special for us tonight as well, so looking forward to that. Okay, so cement type, bonding agent. Can you give us some best practices with that? Something you recommend?
Well, we're not really showing bonding on this webinar, but I'll tell you what I use. I use 4th generation Optibond FL. So it's filled in light cure. That's what FL is for, not fluoride. So 4th generation. And if you look at the dental literature, the peer-reviewed dental literature, the 4th generation adhesives are still considered the gold standard. And Optibond FL is the most researched dental adhesive in existence. And I use that. And the typical cement that I use is basically 3M's veneer cement. I like the viscosity of that, especially for thinner veneers, because it is very runny and it doesn't provide a lot of resistance.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
If I have minimal or no prep veneers, are there times where temporization is not necessary?
Yeah, the case that I showed with the girl, where I did the partial veneer on the cuspid, I didn't temporize that. I think when they're partial small veneers, you probably can't temporize it anyway if it's a single unit.
Dr. Almasuri is asking, can we get videos on how you made your putties and the matrix shell?
That is on occlusion design, so we can talk about that.
We're going to talk about that shortly. Hang in there with that.
Videos on occlusion design.
You always bond your veneers, or do you cement them too?
No, you can't take veneers and use a cement on them. They have to be bonded. So you couldn't cement them with Reliax luting, for example. It wouldn't work.
Let's see.
Same with onlays. Porcelain onlays. Gold onlays you could cement, but porcelain onlays you have to bond. I do gold onlays.
Super gingival or subgingival?
Pardon me?
Super gingival or subgingival?
Well, it depends on where it is. As I just showed, the one case I had super gingival everywhere except for interproximal, where I had a large diastema I wanted to close. So I went subgingival in a strategic place to put porcelain pushing on the tissue to create the correct papilla shape that I want. But for the most part, the rule of thumb is supra to equigingival.
How do you temporize lower laminates for minimal prep?
Well, it's the same as what I showed in the temp video. The only issue is the less prep, the thinner the temp, the more likelihood the temp's going to break. So I tell these patients, we're doing a specific thing for your case to preserve tooth structure. It's not good for your provisionals. It's good for everything else. And
Okay,
that's
so
just the way it is.
how much reduction of enamel should be done? Is it zero point 0.5 millimeters? Dr. Roy was asking that.
Well, it depends on where. So if you remember that shot, the cross section of the tooth, in the incisal third, you can do well more than zero point 0.5, probably zero point 0.8, maybe even a little more than that. In the body section of the prep, zero point 0.5 is probably good. In the gingival third, zero point 0.5, you're going to blow through the enamel, so you probably have to be more like 0.2, 0.3. So it depends on where is the optimal answer.
Okay. What is the better ceramic for veneers? Lithium disilicate or layered zirconia?
Oh,
Dr. Shaw's question.
yeah,
Great question.
yeah. I mostly use layered feldspathic, which is basically not pressed or milled. It's layered artistically on a refractory die. But layered lithium disilicate or monolithic lithium disilicate has been used a lot. That's Emax essentially. And a lot of people have had great results with those. I don't know about layered zirconia or zirconia veneers. I haven't tried to do one. My only issue with that is you could bond well to lithium disilicate. Bonding to zirconia is more challenging. So I'm wondering, this hasn't been done for a long time, bonding to zirconia for veneers. How are those going to be in 20 years? I don't know, right? I know that lithium disilicate will be good in 20 years. It's a lot of similar technology to Empress. And
Sure.
Empress, if you look at my AACD accreditation case I showed, that was Empress. So that's going to work. Lithium disilicate, I believe, will work. It's had a lot of literature research and long term results. Zirconia veneers, I don't know. I'm just concerned about bonding to the zirconia surface long term. I know you could get a bond short term. It's how well will that hold up in 10, 15, 20 years? Don't know.
Um,
Don't see a
okay.
reason to do it either, really, if you have other options.
Dr. Pejman was asking, do you ever put gluma on your prepared teeth or to protect them against sensitivity? Great question.
Oh, yeah, I do that all the time. I show that in my core buildup videos
Perfect.
or in bonding
Great
videos.
questions. Brad was asking, Dr. Lurwood was asking, sorry. He was asking what he uses to polish the margins. What do you use to polish margins?
Oh, I have a variety of things, but to be honest with you, if you have a well-fitted porcelain restoration that's been designed well from the lab, I don't polish the margin of the porcelain. All I do is I polish off the resin cement that's overlapping it. So I polish that off with those enhanced cups and points because they'll basically remove the resin cement, but they won't remove the porcelain or really damage it.
What's the name of those cups and points?
Enhance.
Enhance. Okay.
So they'll smooth things and remove a resin cement, but they're not going to damage the porcelain unless you really went heavy pushing on them.
Can veneer preps end in a feather edge?
Oh yeah, well you see those no prep veneers, they're feather edged at the end, so you can, but I wouldn't do that in a functional area like the incisal edge. The incisal edge I think needs to be a butt joint wherever possible, unless you take a cuspid, you're adding a lot of bulk of porcelain to the guidance area and the centric stop, and then you let the porcelain feather down to the cingulum. Those cases are okay. But for the most part, on the facial, incisal, gingival, you could do a feather edge. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. That's just limited by the material ability to be thin. So,
What's your advice for impressing areas where contacts aren't broken to prevent material tearing? Great question.
As I said, I just smoothed the unbroken contact with the yellow diamond strip to polish it, and I don't seem to have that problem ever. But I think that that's a function of impression material. You pick the correct impression material with high tear strength, and you won't have that issue.
What's a good one you'd recommend?
Permadyne. It's a
Okay, so
polyether
yellow
from
diamond strips and permadyne.
Permadyne, which is a polyether from 3M. Nobody hardly uses it in North America, but it's very popular in Europe. And it tastes
Uh,
terrible.
okay, see. Awesome, awesome. A lot of good comments here for you. Okay, you guys, I know we have so many questions still, and we're going to hit all of them. I absolutely will. But I know we got questions. Doctors are asking about his training and his program that he has. Brad, I see your question coming up. I know, Brad, you've asked quite a few. I'm going to get that one in before we go to that. Why did he use translucent cement to place partial veneer on the cuspid rather than bonding?
Well, I meant translucent bonding resin. So I used the bonding protocol with the Optibond FL 4th generation adhesive, and I used translucent. I sometimes say cement, but what I meant is translucent veneer cement from 3M. So it's a bonded resin cement.
Hopefully that cleared up. I know we had a few of those questions.
But I'm using translucent cement, but it's not cement, it's bonding resin. So it's basically flowable composite.
Avril's on a lot of our trainings. I want to get her question really quick. And then we're going to go back to questions, guys. What does the prep look like on the premolar?
What does the prep look like on the premolar? Most of the time, I have hardly any prep on the premolar. The last case, you saw some preps on the premolars. I'm getting more and more towards hardly any prep on premolars unless they're sticking out. But basically, it's prepping minimal amount facially, minimal interproximally, minimally gingivally, and then I prep it to basically go over the cusp tip and resting usually just inside the cusp tip, depending on where the occlusal contacts are. So that really, the occlusal contact position dictates where I finish the line on the incisal or occlusal edge of the veneer for bicuspids. So you got to kind of look at that. Same with cuspids, right? You look at where the contact position is when you're designing where you're going to have your finish lines.
Okay, so great questions. We got more to come. I see all of them. I see your questions. We're going to hit those again. Steve, tell us about your program. How do doctors get involved in a deeper level, on a mentorship level? I know you have something special only for our audience here tonight. Let's go over that, and then I want to hit that case that you have coming up. Yep. And of course, we're going to do questions.
Yep. Well, we talked about what would be the appropriate program, because I have a few different programs, but I really only have one main clinical program. So what we talked about was I would introduce my occlusion design program tonight. And my occlusion design program is really my flagship clinical training and coaching program, but it's essentially an online curriculum designed to teach general dentists like me systems to manage more complex wear, aesthetic, and full mouth rehab patients. So it's beyond veneers. It's beyond veneers to rehab cases, full arch cases, full mouth cases. And the past year, I've really focused on, in the monthly webinars, teaching about implant cases that I'm doing. So if you're interested in this kind of dentistry, occlusion design is specifically for you. It really is. And it's a clinical training and coaching program, but it's really an online educational platform. You can learn at your own pace with no downtime or time away from your practice, which a lot of my members say is really one of the big benefits that they like. There's 6 core training modules, video training modules, to learn the systems to manage to treat more complex cases. So it's diagnostic records, risk assessment, treatment planning, equilibration plus altering gingival levels, preparation technique, provisional technique, impression technique, bite record technique, communication with the lab, bonding technique, and finalizing the occlusion. That's kind of the core training modules. They're all supported by clinical video filmed in detail with my Zeiss microscope. You could review the videos at any time when you're online. And there's basically a team training element to this, because you could have your clinical assistant or hygienists watch different videos on the membership site so that they understand what you're doing and why. especially things like mounting study models. That's a clinical assistant duty. We train them how to do this with the membership. Making all the putties and the guides and the stents, that's a clinical assistant duty that we train on the membership. We have monthly coaching webinars. That is really, I think, the big deal from this is that each month I have a monthly coaching webinar, which is like its own little seminar in itself, where I show new cases I'm treating in my practice because I'm a clinical treating dentist. I work full time every week doing cases like this. And I look at the members' cases. So they submit cases ahead of time and we look at them and I coach them through their cases and I answer questions about their cases. So we can look at the site a little later, but this just gives you an overview of the site. It's been redesigned to be mobile responsive. So it's a new design that we just launched last month. We have the core training modules. This is module 1, just part of module 1, the clinical videos in module 1. And again, it's video filmed outside the mouth and inside the mouth with my microscope. And it's a video training membership site. The big thing is the monthly coaching webinars. For example, I was showing video of a case that we had been working on with a central incisor implant. I was showing video of using the Simplant Surgery Guide and the Straumann Guided Surgery Kit to place the implant precisely. So I showed exactly the video of actually doing that. Previously in March, I showed the extraction of the site and the grafting of the buccal defect at the time of extraction. So I showed the Benix root extractor, the buccal defect grafting with a collagen membrane, and then the whole suturing technique. Last month, I showed crown lengthening case on a full mouth case that I'm doing, central incisors crown lengthening. So each month there's clinical video that I select from what I've filmed, new video that I share with the members. And I think that adds a huge amount to the membership site, just having new material and cases each and every month. And the membership includes the archive of the entire past 5 years worth of coaching webinars online. So I've put together something for all of you for Ranesh's group. It's what we're calling our Midnight Special Bonus Package. If you go to phelandentalseminars.com/Ganatra before midnight, that's in blue, it's not part of the URL, but go there before midnight, and we're going to offer you a really great bonus package. I've never offered this particular bonus package before. It's offered until midnight tonight. I'm going to send you my Porcelain Veneer Precision Blu-ray disc set, which I've sold this year online for $19.97, this Blu-ray disc set. I'm going to send you my Porcelain Veneer case presentation photo book, which I don't sell, but I guess I would value it at $500. It's worth a hell of a lot more than that to your practice, because all you need is one patient to say, hey, I want porcelain veneers, by looking at this book, and you've paid for multiple years of your membership and other memberships too, I guess. That case that I showed you the clinical video on, the one that I said he was unaware, he looked at this book when he came in and said, I want porcelain veneers. So I'm going to send you this book. We're going to send you a USB drive, which is, this is really good. Oh, geez, that's the wrong slide. Sorry. It's the Members Webinar 2017 replay videos. The one slide I forgot to change. It's the 2017. On the page, phelandentalseminars.com/Ganatra, I know it shows the 17. That USB drive I would place at $19.97 because it's essentially a full year's worth of members webinars. I'm going to send you my Bonded Porcelain Restorations DVD set, which is basically me bonding in a full upper arch of porcelain restorations on another dentist. So I was able to film everything and talk during it and narrate what I was doing. So it was on another dentist. We had multiple video cameras set up. She was nice enough to let me videotape it. I've never sold this. I've only used it as a bonus, but I would sell it for probably $700, maybe $995. it's really worth that because it's what I consider my finest clinical, just straight out video of a procedure because it's multiple hours of bonding in an upper arch, really detailed. I'm going to let you download, actually right tonight if you want, my porcelain veneer before and after case study JPEG downloads. These are what you could put on the walls of your practice to have patients say, hey, I want that kind of dentistry, and it's actually the last case, the lower veneers. So I'll show you that in a minute. That's not to be used on Facebook though. It's you can't. Facebook doesn't like showing clinical photos anyway, but it's for internal use in your practice. You have my permission to print it out, put it up on the walls, show people inside your practice. Just don't use it for external advertising. We're going to send you, or actually you could download this tonight also, my Smile Makeover PDF ebook. Neither of these two bonuses, 5 and 6, have ever been for sale either. I'd put them at about $500 each. Although, once again, one case says yes because of looking at one of these. And you've more than paid for multiple years worth of clinical CE, really. Because one veneer case could be worth $10,000 easily to your production. We're also going to send you my Functional Occlusion Online DVD box set and binder. It's an entire training program in itself. I sell that for $14.97 on failanddentalseminars.com. So that's going to be included. And the whole package is really just $29.97. You're going to receive occlusion design, the monthly coaching webinars for the next year, and that entire bonus package when you register before midnight tonight at failanddentalseminars.com/Ganatra. So if you go there, Rinesh, you could probably post that in the chat. Even.
You know what? I'll post it, but I got a question for you. This is amazing. Can you go over occlusion design? I feel like these bonuses are just awesome.
Yes.
I want them to know what exactly occlusion design is. What's the course?
Yeah. Well, the course is basically A to Z how to treat complex cases. So I could exit this and actually show you the site.
Because that's really the focal point. And then on top of that, you got the monthly members webinars. And then on top of that, you got these bonuses if they register.
Yes. Now, we put the site in a library. So occlusion design is here. Everybody that registers tonight, I didn't even remember to talk about this one. You're going to get also access to Functional Occlusion Online. So we're going to send you the DVD box set and manual, but you're also getting access to the online version, plus my Occlusion Design Live Toronto recordings, which I forgot to mention. So this is a 2-day seminar that I recorded. You'll have access to that. It's really applied case studies. But the main course, the main meal here is Occlusion Design Main Course. And it's a modular course teaching you how to do large cases, veneer cases, full arch cases, crown cases, and cases combining implants. Now, really, it's modulated. So module 1 is basically diagnostic records. So we have video of each of these in here. So diagnostic records, different types of diagnostic records for bite records. We have the main lecture. So you look at the main lecture, for example. I'm going to turn down the volume though because it's hard when I show it. So the main lecture in each module is basically me lecturing and showing my keynote presentation plus me talking, plus I put clinical video into the lecture. So this is, for example, my photo series. As we go through here, let's go through, sorry. So we put clinical video into this. So each video in those videos is, anywhere from, there's a couple that are only a few minutes, but a bunch of them are about an hour. The underneath module 1's number one video in each module. In the number one video are the downloads. So we give you the downloads of our different forms that I use in the practice. So example, my functional analysis form. We have that right there in the module. So people have issues with byte records. We show you different types of byte records that you can take. For example, the leaf gauge byte record. So you can see that. Again, it could be looked at full screen and in high def if you want to increase the quality of the video, depending on the video. So that's leaf gauge byte record. We've got, let's make that small. How do I do that? There we go. Back to module 1. We go to the next because there's a lot of videos in module 1. We have Lucia jig byte record, so I show how I fabricate the Lucia jig and make the byte record for the Lucia jig.
What we're going to do is we're going to make Meredith a little...
So it's a lot of clinical video. As I said earlier, if I was able to learn on video when I was a young dentist and had something like this, it would have accelerated my learning process, which was already accelerated because I was a CE junkie. So it would have accelerated it even further. I've got video making the Quiz deprogrammer, taking byte records with the Quiz deprogrammer. Just a simple little video like this of doing the Facebook transfer. So any of these YouTube ones are on private YouTube sites, so you can make your videos private on YouTube if you want. Most of the videos, though, are actually hosted on either Vimeo or Vidler. We've switched recently to Vimeo, but we were on Vidler for a long time. So we have different hosts. So this is how I take the Facebook, for example. So each module is its own little training seminar, basically. And then we have applied occlusion design cases, we call them. They're basically seminars or case studies of full mouth cases using the techniques from the core modules. So that's the main course. The main course has all the content that you really need. Everything else is a bonus. But
so is that module 1 that you just
that was just module 1. There's 6 modules.
So can you just go over module 2 just really briefly? 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah. What I noticed is Jennifer gave me a login. Just a sec. I might have to do that on a different login. She gave me a login that's drip fed, if you know what that is, Renesh.
Oh, okay. So you don't see everything.
Yeah. Dumb. Jennifer, if you're here, will you unlock all the freaking modules there? So what we do is we try to release a new module every other week so that you don't get overwhelmed because it's just too much material otherwise. So we send you module 1.
I think on your registration page, do you have all the modules down there?
Yeah, but I can log in with my other Kajabi login and show you. It's just we were using this one because it's simpler to look at from my perspective. Huh?
He's fixing it right now.
She's fixing it? Okay, so yeah. She is here. Yeah, so basically, when you become a member, we could release all the modules if you really want, but I find it overwhelming. What I want people to do is go through it one module at a time. So I tell them the first 2 weeks, go through module 1 in its entirety, and then if you have more time, what I'd really like you to do is go through digital photography, because I have a bonus section on digital photography, because to really take your practice to the next level, you, or at least your team, needs to really be able to do digital photography at a high level. So I tell them go through digital photography, and this is great for team training, especially assistants and hygienists. But I think that we need to know how to do the digital photography too. So I say, focus first on module 1, then digital photography. Then if you have more time, look at the most recent coaching webinar from the month before you join. And that will keep most people busy for a few weeks. And then you get module 2. So if you really needed to look through the modules faster than that, we could unlock them for people. But if there's just too much material, it's too overwhelming. So you look at the monthly coaching webinars. I'll show you the other members' modules in a sec. I just want people to understand the quality of the monthly coaching webinars. So this is my August webinar, for example. Check this out. I will...
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to the webinar.
I'll make it...
This is
I'm going to try and get rid of the
August
volume.
2017
Yeah.
Inclusion Design
The big
webinar.
thing, the big
Hopefully
pointer
everybody
is really hard
North
to use.
America is having a good summer.
Ugh.
I know all of you are
Okay.
the southern.
So you go through this. Each monthly coaching webinar is like its own seminar. This one, I'm actually showing using the surgical guide. So here I'm deciding on the platform depth for an anterior implant because we want a good emergence profile.
The guide in. Now that drill and all these twist drills. The handle gives me the stop, plus it helps the angulation because that's a 5 cylinder. This is now stepping down the cylinder, the right diameter of the smallest twist drill. So in place, it's locked nicely and seated nicely on the teeth. Put my cylinder handle in. It's a +1 handle. This is the +3 drill. We're now just going to drill our osteotomy. Nice tight fit.
So that's, each month I'm showing clinical video at that level and showing different cases. So this month I'm again showing this case, placing this implant, deciding on the depth of the platform. That was a critical question as I was placing it. And then I even showed this posterior guided implant placement because we were in the guided implant mode. Showed how I looked at it in the CT and planned the implant. This is not my original vision for inclusion design, was showing a lot of implant cases, but my practice has evolved to the point where I really enjoy doing all these implant cases. And so what I'm trying to do is show that when I'm teaching. This was a jig we made at the surgical time for making the provisional. If you look here, look at how good this ridge is. This is a great ridge for placing the implant. And the reason for that is, let's go back to the monthly coaching webinars, is in March, I took the tooth out and I grafted it. So I showed in March the exact video of
that's thinner and get it in there.
Taking that tooth out,
But just
using the Benex extractor to take the tooth out. There's the Benex extractor. And then cleaning out the buccal plate defect and grafting it with a membrane technique I learned from Dr. Dennis Tarnow.
So having the scope helps. And having the...
And then there's the Benex extractor of the root. And then, where is it?
In this case,
suturing the whole area. So here's the suturing. Again, look at the detail. Each month I'm showing detailed clinical video of what I'm doing with cases. This year's been heavily onto implants and surgery, but not exclusively so. It's been, it's just one of the areas that I'm interested in. The members keep telling me they like looking at that. So Jennifer's unlocked these. So as I said, if you logged in to your membership site and you wanted to get onto something earlier, we can unlock it. It's not a big deal. You just send Jennifer an email. But that's the way it was initially when I looked at it. Right now, tonight, it was locked. So module 2 is risk assessment. So it's risk assessment for complex cases. So looking at the risk from the occlusal perspective especially, or even the risk from the biomechanics And that's a really great module looking at multiple different cases. And then it goes through bruxism, parafunction, dysfunction, restricted envelope, all of these things that you need to look at when you're considering risk and occlusion and bruxism and tooth wear. And then module 3 is treatment planning. And we look at a lot about force management in this module because it's focused heavily on treatment planning the wear patient. But it's also treatment planning aesthetics, but it's focused heavily on treatment planning the wear patient. And as we go through, module 4 is pre-treatment case preparation. So we look at core buildups, post-incores, crown lengthening, and equilibration. So detailed on equilibration even. So that's module 4. Again, if you looked at module 4, equilibration, I have detailed video on actually doing the equilibration on a patient. So you can see here, I show video in the scope doing the equilibration. And there's video, it transitions from me videotaping in the scope to me videotaping outside the mouth in the other video, just so they can see different perspectives of how we're working. And so that's equilibration. Again, you look at the quality of the video. I'd say quite good. And we have, as I said, altering gingival levels in that module and rebuilding structurally compromised teeth. And then module 5 is heavily into preparation techniques for crowns, veneers. We've got the matrix prep technique that I showed you earlier today, a couple videos on different cases for that. We've got provisional techniques. And I also cover impression techniques. So there's a lot in module 5. Module 6 is probably the biggest module because we go through bonding cases, lab communication, finishing cases, finalizing the occlusion, as well as restorative records. So there's a lot even just in that. And we did an update. We've done a couple updates to restorative records. So there's a couple of different webinars that cover that. But if you look at bonding in cases, this is again video filmed in the operatory that goes from outside the mouth to inside the mouth. I think that these are valuable types of videos. And the level of detail here for bonding in cases, this is a jacket crown case. As the microscope focuses, you'll see as I go in, there it's focusing. As I go in a little closer, it will focus better. But it's really detailed, really detailed. So we can go in even closer. It's hard scrolling with the big pointer. So again, where we need to, we show outside the mouth, what I'm doing outside the mouth. And then we zoom in with the scope to inside the mouth. So it really varied this video. Even to porcelain preparation, I will go into another operatory to do that. That's just the way I like to do it. So there it is in the other operatory, preparing the porcelain for bonding. You know, I don't think there's anything like this in dentistry with this level of detail of case studies, video case studies. And that's what my members like. So that's what we're creating. And then, I think that gives you an idea of what the membership's site is like, at least, Ranesh.
Excellent. And then can you put the link up? Some people are asking for that. I posted it in the chat, guys, but I'll have you put it up as well.
Which one do you want? Oh, the link, yeah. That is right here. So that's this. As I said, it includes 6 core training modules to learn the systems to manage and treat more complex cases right in your dental practice. Again, it's very, very, very detailed training. So looking at the video of how we're actually prepping the teeth, or looking at the video of how we're actually seating the veneers, or seating crowns and what we do if it starts to bleed, how we manage that. This is all details that you need to know if you're doing this kind of work. And all the little tips and the details of seeing the clinical video help you when you go to treat these cases. Again, monthly coaching webinars, we have new cases, and your cases is what I'm saying here. I'm showing new cases from my practice. One of the exciting things, though, is the members submit their cases that they have questions for, and I go in and answer the questions. But here's the cool thing, the way we do this. We go through, they submit the question about the case and some records. They're all digital, so we look at them on the webinar. But the members generally attend, so we talk about their case live one-on-one like you and I do. So we unmute them and we talk about their case, and I'll answer whatever questions they have while we're live on the monthly webinar. So that's been really good for people to get their questions answered about their cases, because a lot of us are practicing by ourselves or with one or two other people that maybe don't do these cases. So it's good to have somebody you could talk to about this. And so that's been something that people like. So we do that each and every month. We basically go through and look at members' cases. And then there's the 4 advanced modules, which is applied occlusion design, basically video training, case studies of full mouth cases, 4 different full mouth cases, start to finish, using the occlusion design modules training platform. So we're basically using all the different documentation from occlusion design and showing you it applied to 4 full mouth cases. And then online functional occlusion membership, as I said, you'll receive that. I didn't really show that. Occlusion Design Live Toronto membership, which was a 2-day case study seminar that I recorded. The last part was a lot of implant cases, aesthetic implant cases again. And then digital photography, I showed you that quickly. I look at this as online doctor and team training, because the digital photography section, the team will really appreciate the clinical video, or not clinical, but video, where I show how I took all the images and I actually show it, I'm videotaping or being videotaped, taking all the images. So they see where I position the patient, how we position the retractors, who holds the retractors, how we hold the mirror, who holds the mirror. It's great for the clinical assistant, but it's also great for hygienists, because my hygienists take photos. My one hygienist is excellent with photos. So she took a number of the photos you saw tonight. I take a lot of my own photos, but sometimes at recall, patients back for recall, I don't take the photos when the patient's in for recall. I have my hygienists take the photos. And as you probably couldn't tell which ones were which tonight, they take great photos. So that's really good. Photo team training with the site. There's CE points included. We're an AGD PACE program provider, and I'm not sure how many CE points are included. It's on the page, phelandentalseminars.com/Ganatra. It's something like between the occlusion design membership and the functional occlusion online, because we have CE points for that. It's somewhere in the 20-something point range. It's quite a few CE points. It's quite cool. And then the bonus package, you're going to be sent this Blu-ray disc set, which is basically a full-day seminar on porcelain veneers. I call it my 8 critical factors for long-term success for porcelain veneers. We're going to send you the porcelain veneer case presentation photo book. So this is the slide deck of the photo book, but we're sending you the actual printed book that you could use to show patients porcelain veneers, what's involved with porcelain veneers, and some case photos of porcelain veneers. For example, this case, people really like and can relate to this case. There's lower veneers. It's a great book just to strike up conversations about veneers and spark interest in veneers in your patients. Hey, Ranesh.
Yeah.
Let me show my video. I'm going to show the porcelain veneer book, because people don't understand how cool this book is.
Perfect. Let's do that.
Like, so patients when they come in for consults or just in for hygiene or your consult treatment planning consults. I use these all the time. And again, it's not to put on a website, but it's for internal marketing. This is an awesome thing. So this is the book right here. And we're going to send you this book. And I've designed this really just to help with case presentation, case acceptance for veneers. It's really designed for that. And so I started off with my AACD accreditation case. So you can see here. Can you see that okay, Ranesh?
Yep, I can see it.
Awesome.
Excellent.
So we show that. And it's really a book where I'm showing a few different veneer cases because you're just trying to stoke the interest of the people that kind of think they might be interested and need that little spark of inspiration, so to speak, that, ooh, I can do this, you know, and like that's what you want. You want them to be inspired by what you can do for them. And I'll tell you, most of these cases were by Harold Heindel. If you join Occlusion Design and you wanted to work with Harold, he's okay with working with our members. So if you had a,
that's pretty huge. Can you say that again?
Well, Harold will work with my members because he knows they've had the clinical training to work with him. If you have a special veneer case, because
awesome.
He's not cheap, but if you have a special veneer case, offer them to do it with Harold and show them this book and why it's a good idea to do with Harold, and then photo document the hell out of it so you have your own cases to show online.
If you sign up, you get a lab clinician to work on your cases. The same one Dr. Fallon has, you can have them work on yours.
You can have access to them. So here's a case we did for another dentist, before and after 10 veneers. And this is a very natural looking case. A lot of people want natural aesthetics when they don't live in California. And that's a natural looking aesthetic case. And I'll tell you, it's a dentist I know personally. They're beautiful in real life.
You know, Dr. Johnson says, Dr. Johnson says the occlusal force is with you.
Star Wars Day at Sea, man. We're going on this.
You'd appreciate that one, considering you're a huge Star Wars fan.
Oh yeah, yeah. Star Wars Day at Sea. I'm not wearing my droid shoes today, though. I'm saving those for the premiere.
You guys, it's not just dentistry here. I mean, we roll deep with all sorts of shenanigans.
Works with us. So this is a case that's I've got now. It's over 12 years old. I think it's closer to 14, but it's a before and after simple little 4-unit case. I think really nice to show people. And it had bonding in the interproximal diastema before, and we closed it nicely with porcelain, and we improved the shape of the teeth. So another nice case. Actually, yeah, look at that. Look at that after. That is a beautiful freaking veneer case. You know, this case is the first case I did with Harold. So it's got to be, what is it now, 2018 almost. So this has got to be pushing 15 years now.
Wow. And what's that post-op? That was 15 years ago?
No, this one's probably at the 12-year mark, that post-op. I have one I took a couple of months ago. It was before I made the book.
Incredible. Hey, you're still going to show that one case, right? The crowding case, right?
Yeah, I have that other case. I'll show it in a bit. I forgot about that. It's in the slides.
Yep. All you guys that are on late with us, like after dark, you guys
have
another case. This is awesome.
I just wanted to show these pictures of this book because the book is beautiful. I really think it's something you'll like having.
It's a nice package to have in your office.
Yeah. So this is my favorite case from the last few years, just from a smile design perspective. It's a pretty white case, but it's a beautiful white case. And you know, this patient was the one who said, "I've spent a lot of money on you on this treatment, and it was worth every penny."
Wow.
And then this is the before and after of that case, the close-up. Like, look at that central incisor before, and look at the after. Like, just having these
beautiful
to inspire your patients and have this around your office, I'll tell you, you're going to have more case acceptance with stuff like this.
And then this is just the veneers on the first case I did with Harold, the one that I showed you. These are just to show patients what veneers look like. These are slightly thicker than what we do now. And we're getting thinner now more often than not. That's an older case, but still fine to show. And then just to show them from an informed consent perspective, preparation. So I'm showing that I'm preparing the teeth, but I'm not mutilating the teeth. So it's a big difference, and you could explain that with these images. Some people are afraid, they equate veneers to possibly crowns, but this is not a crown. That's not a crown prep. So this is good to ease their mind because you're not mutilating their teeth with this. And we
Yeah,
tend
as
to
you're
get
going
more,
through this, can I shoot you a quick question? Like,
yeah.
if doctors in your program have a question, can they send a case in that you go over during a members webinar?
Yes, that's part of what we do. It's my favorite part is we look at typically anywhere from 2 to 6 cases every month. We had one month last year, September last year. I think we had 14 cases or something. It was crazy. I actually had to scale back my part of the presentation because we had so many members cases.
That's awesome.
It ended up being 3 or 4 hours, but it was fun because I was talking to members.
How incredible is that? Like, even when you go to a live course, I mean, most doctors bring in 1 or 2 diagnostic casts. With this, they can send you a case. You can learn from other people's cases, all done digitally. I mean, you look at this. We had so many doctors on here tonight, close to under 1,000, and you saw how many, like,
more than 1,000 if you look at all the attendees.
Yeah, I mean, great questions that we had that you had access to, and you can still continue your learning with all these cases in your practice and have a pitch and catch session with Dr. Fallon. So, I mean, it's incredible for that.
One other thing on the site, the online site, under each video, there's a spot you can ask questions, and I go in and answer them. You can ask questions under each video on the membership site, and I go in and answer them.
That's incredible.
To the best of my ability, assuming they're related to what I'm teaching, you know?
Yeah.
But here's another part of the book. That's my AACD accreditation case. This is a 15-year-old case. I actually did this case with Stephen McGowan as the ceramist. He's actually the ceramist who does all of John Coyse's veneers. He's a great guy. I've done a number of cases with him, but then I met Harold and I decided to switch to Harold because Harold was really giving me lots of personalized service. So I switched from Stephen McGowan to Harold, but I've got still to this day, this case and a bunch of others that I did with Stephen McGowan that are beautiful.
Those are gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a nice case. And then I put in some provisional veneer pictures just to explain that to the patients, explain that they're connected so that they'll stay on, but they'll be, singles as your finals, so to speak. I've got a lower case before and after lower veneers because, as I said, I think that veneers on the lower arch are important to be able to talk about. To patients because so many patients have lower incisors that look like this or the one where I'm giving you the download photos where chipping, wear, erosion, lots of problems. They could be made to look really nice and function better as well. And then I have a case that I just put in because it's so beautiful. It's 2 units matching the rest of the natural dentition. Harold did this. Look how beautiful those veneers are. 2 veneers on the upper centrals, perfectly blending in with the rest of the mouth.
That looks, it looks so natural.
Yeah. So here's what I've been thinking, Ranesh. I'm really pumped that so many people have joined. I want to do something special. There's been so many people join tgoing tonight.
That's
it's really
awesome.
Cool. I'm going to do something extra special for all of you that have joined and everyone else who joins by midnight. I'm going to ship you 2 books, okay?
Ooh,
so Jennifer's going to kill me because we have to order a bunch more books tomorrow because I'm doing this.
Wow.
But I'll ship you 2 of these.
Wow. How thick are those, Steve? How thick are those?
Huh?
Can you put them sideways so we can see how thick they are?
Yeah.
Wow. And those open up nicely. And what do you do with them? Do you put them in your front office?
Well, I have them kind of all over the place. So we have one in the reception. We'll have one in the consultation room.
Stick it in the front office. You can even give it to
The
your
ones
assistant.
the ones in the reception get beat up. So I honestly prefer to just keep them in the operatories and have the team show them to people who, have whatever's going on. Because the ones in the reception area, books and things in your reception area, they get beat up. So I prefer, because they're so nice, I like to keep them, and we take them out and show them to people. It's more exciting that way too, right? So there's a whole psychological strategy to presenting that even. But you know what? I'm so, we've had a lot of people register. I'm pretty excited by that.
That's awesome.
I'm going to send all of you 2 books. It just might mean it'll take an extra week to ship because I have to order more tomorrow because of this.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for doing that. Thank you. I know you're going to get a lot of love mail for that.
Everybody who registers by midnight tonight will send you 2 books. It's my special thank you for attending. Now, let me show you a couple of the other things because I've got some cool stuff.
We're going to send you my Bonded Porcelain Restorations DVD set, which is bonding in the full arch of restorations for a full arch. It's basically a full arch crown case. It's not a veneer case, so it's good to see some veneer cases plus crown cases. And then we're going to also, on the membership site, allow you to download that last case that I shared, the before and after of the lower incisor veneers. And I've put on these downloads, ask us about porcelain veneers or ask us about fixing your tooth wear. And this printed, framed, and put in the operatory walls of your practice can really lead to patients asking about this, which will more than pay for your membership. And then the Smile Makeover ebook, we're going to send you this. It's actually a PDF download, so you can put it on your iPad. I think the iPad's the best place to have this. And we're going to send you my Functional Occlusion Online DVD box set. And it comes with the course binder. So the course binder is included. That's all one package. And these are all references that you'll have the rest of your career. The membership's a 1-year membership. And you could renew and members renew yearly, and it's $9.97 to renew, or we have another option to renew that's a little more, but we send you some of my latest DVDs. So the smallest investment to renew is $9.97, which is a good deal. So for $9.97, you get access to the entire site, plus we give you an extra site when you renew. And you get access to the next 12 monthly coaching webinars. So here's the package we'll mail to your practice. It's an excellent package. I've never offered this package before because we've never offered this USB drive with this kind of package with the Functional Occlusion Online DVD set and the Porcelain Veneer Precision Blu-ray set. So this package has never been offered before. We're going to offer it here tonight till midnight. This is kind of a summary of everything included in the membership. So, I'm happy to answer any other questions, any clinical questions, Ranesh. We could look at that other case study.
Yeah, definitely. Dr. Sahar says, thanks for the valuable information. Best webinar ever. Awesome.
Cool.
That's incredible. Yes, we want to get to them Q&A. We want to get to that other case, the crowning case. We're going to hit those 2 as well. A couple things on this. To register, go to felondentalseminars.com/Ganatra.
You want me to show the page?
Tonight only. So you're going to get all those things that he mentioned, the entire course, the 6-module course,
plus this.
Then these bonuses. And you're actually mailing them the bonuses, right?
Yes. Some of them are downloads, but this is the stack of bonuses. I just took this picture tonight.
But if the ones that are downloadable, they're going to get the downloads and the bonuses in the mail as well.
Yes.
Perfect. So you're going to get all those, and you get access to the monthly coaching webinars for these clinical cases that he mentioned to you. So really the focus is the online course, 6 modules. That's incredible. It's incredible. And you'll see it. When you go to felondentalseminars.com/Ganatra, you can see all the modules on there. and then you can see all the bonus stack as well. You're going to get those modules with the bonuses and the access to the monthly webinars, all for $29.97. Someone's asking, is there a monthly plan on this as well?
There's a three payment plan or 4 payment plan? There's a payment plan there.
So some of you guys are asking for a payment plan. I think you have, let me just take a look. I think it's a 4 payment.
I think it's 4 payments of, 8. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah. So that breaks it up a little bit more if you want it to broken up. But typically, with all of this, you're easily looking at all the value, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 if you look at all the numbers you put out there. So
yes,
we appreciate you doing this package for our audience tonight, because I know so many of you want to know how to integrate full mouth cases, veneers, occlusion, crowns, everything, and this goes through all of it. Steve, I know you also said there's a section for your staff where they can learn
it's 847.
how to set up.
847, as we said. Yeah. The four installment plan is 847.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then your team, there's a section on there. Your team can learn how to set up bite records, mount thing, mount your diagnostic models, and FaceBow, all that stuff. It's all on there.
A lot of these videos your clinical assistant can watch and learn how to do a number of these procedures. For example, mounting the cases on the study models, that's a clinical assistant procedure. Even photography, a lot of that could be done by the team. And then the creation of all those putties and guides, that video's in Module 5. And it shows my assistant actually doing it. So she shows you exactly how she does it so that your assistant, again, can watch this. I think it's good for assistant training, being able to see how this all gets done. Because seeing it and then doing it is the ultimate way to learn it, especially team members. Perfect. And they can see it again. So I have people, I have members who tell me, we'll go in, and if I'm prepping a veneer case, I'll go in and I'll watch some of the veneer prep cases on the site the night before just to get my mind in the zone. You know what I mean? And then especially seeding veneers, they say that they'll watch the veneer seeding videos the night before they seed a veneer case. And I'll tell you, I relate to this because certain surgical procedures I don't do all the time. So there isn't really a site that I go to watch it online, but I buy a lot of DVDs. So for DVDs, I watch them before I go to do procedures. So this week I was doing a procedure where I wanted to do a harvest of a tuberosity for connective tissue. And I watched a live video demonstration on a DVD by Dr. Otto Zur. And I watched it an hour before I did it. I watched it the night before, and then I watched it again at lunch before I did it that afternoon. Just to get in the zone, And it helps, I'll tell you. Watching video of clinical procedures helps you master the clinical procedures more than you can imagine. Better than doing it on a little plastic model.
I think that visual aspect is so key, honestly.
For sure.
You have that.
For sure.
And you walk them through that. So that's pretty incredible. So let's do this. Let's go and take a few questions.
Yep.
We'll keep up. I'm just trying to this top square here and the bottom square. What's the difference between the top one and the bottom one?
Oh, they just the bottom one goes over some things that I forgot to put in the top one. Just the membership.
Okay. And then some of those are also bonuses, I guess, right?
Yeah. Well, they're kind of part of what we put in the core curriculum. This is really the bonus package that varies that I've put together for you guys tonight. That's, like, as I said, some of the best stuff I've ever done. So that's a package that I put together.
You retain access
I put it together basically for you guys. What's that?
You retain access to the old material, and the renewal is for the monthly new content, or do you get locked out completely?
When you renew, you get access to everything from the past, plus new content monthly for the monthly webinar. So the renewal gives you access to everything. You maintain access of everything you had is basically what I would say. So you don't lose anything. The other thing is, when you log in now after you join, you have access to the last 5 years worth of coaching webinars if you really want to go through and watch all of those. The reason I give the USB stick now is just to have this. If you're like, I had some members say, sometimes we're offline. If I'm flying, I want to watch some of your videos. So I thought, geez, I'll do a USB drive with all the monthly coaching webinars from last year. And how good is that? Because not everybody sees all of them, or they want to review some of them. And you could have that for when you're flying somewhere where it could be far away, So this gives you offline and online access, essentially.
Excellent. Wow, so that's incredible. So let's go through some questions. Occlusion design, does it have a section about occlusion, or do you recommend to start with Dawson course first?
No. It's really all the modules go through the occlusal aspect of this. But what I did to kind of put together all in one place my foundational occlusion ideas and thoughts is I made this functional occlusion online training. So when you join, we're going to send you this functional occlusion online. It's a 2-day seminar with my occlusion concepts updated. Now, that seminar is basically what you could watch for occlusion. You could go to Dawson. I have no objection to doing that. I think everybody should go hear Dr. Dawson if they have the opportunity. But this is basically my foundational occlusion training. And that's why you get this as a DVD set that you could have the rest of your career and a binder. But it's also instantly accessible on the membership site in your library. So your library will have occlusion design, which is you could almost say it's clinical application of occlusion. Functional Occlusion Online is almost my foundational program in a sense. But you have all of it. And then you have Occlusion Design Live, which is the application of the application, so to speak, because it's all case studies.
Okay, so Dr. Kim's asking, was the equilibration done prior to veneer or following the first case discussed? So was it done prior to the veneer or following?
Yes. So what we do with veneer cases is you'll equilibrate the centric contact position before the veneers. But the guidance you do after the veneers or with the provisionals. Because you're not going to equilibrate the patient to have guidance when their teeth are that worn. You can't do it. They don't have enough tooth structure. So I'll equilibrate the slide out, because typically they'll have a slide. And I'll equilibrate them to have centric contacts that are now in centric relation. But I won't equilibrate protrusive and lateral guidance with their existing teeth because they're not long enough. They've been worn down too much. So it's a 2-part equilibration for these wear patients that you're restoring with porcelain veneers.
All right. That was a great one. Let's go look at some ones here.
But the cases that I'm showing on the site are actual patients that just don't even need veneers. They're just being equilibrated for occlusal muscle issues. So those are good cases also. And then there's another case, my AACD accreditation case. She did great for about 15 years, 12, no, maybe let's say 13 years. And then suddenly she had muscle issues. And so we decided to equilibrate her because of her muscle issues. And it was probably more stress-related than occlusal-related, but I thought it's okay to equilibrate her. We'll equilibrate her as part of her idea of what we're going to do for her. So one of them was a previous veneer case I equilibrated 12, 13 years later. The other one was a non-veneer case that I equilibrated just because we wanted to balance her occlusion better. She had a lot of muscle pain.
All right. What is the best cement to be used to bond the veneers if all surface is enamel versus mostly dentin?
I would still use the same protocol. I use the exact same protocol. Optibond FL 4th generation, and I use 3M's resin cement, which is basically, it's called the 3M veneer cement. The viscosity is designed for veneers. Plus they have tri-end gels that match the cement. So
another question. Do you ever use Botox as part of their dental treatment for bruxism when it is a muscle issue?
I think that's a good idea. I totally agree with that. I think that
Right.
you're on the right track with that.
Perfect.
I don't teach that, but you have
Love
people who teach that, Rinesh. So
What was that?
I don't teach that, but you have people that teach that, and I think
Yeah,
you're
the
on the
Welsh
right.
Walker teaches
I
that,
think you're on the
and I
right
mean,
track teaching or doing
yeah,
that. I think it's
that's
good.
awesome. I don't know if you guys were on the webinar with him
Yeah,
a
I
week
think
ago.
that's a good
So
addition to the
it's
armamentarium.
incredible. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what's the best? What's the best to use as cement? What's the best cement to use? Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
What's best to use to cement provisional veneers to get better adhesion?
Well, I don't use really anything fancy. One product I used, if you want a specific product, is called Neotemp. So it's a veneer cement, essentially provisional veneer cement, Neotemp. So what we did with Neotemp is I would spot etch one spot on the prep, generally in Sisal third, middle little dot of etch. I'd dry it, and then I'd put a little Gluma desensitizer, not adhesive or primer, just desensitizer. Dry it again, and then just seat the veneers with Neotemp. The way I've been doing it the last couple years, because I thought, do I really need to keep buying Neotemp? I could just use my flowable composite. So I etch a little spot etch, little circle, same spot on all the teeth, consistently on all your cases. That way you know where it is. Little spot etch, Gluma desensitizer, not primer adhesive, no adhesive. And then fill the provisional with some flowable composite. Now, the only provision for this is if you have class 3 or class 5 resins in your prep, I would Vaseline them before you seeded these restorations with flowable composite, because you don't want the composite sticking to the composite. So anywhere where you might have a little class 5 or a little class 3 underneath your veneer prep, Vaseline it before you do that, just so you don't have problems.
Let's see. Why Gluma? One of the doctors is asking.
Oh, well, that's just going to help with sensitivity. It's going to decrease sensitivity. It seems to me that the Gluma also decreases micro leakage. It seems to decrease micro leakage. So I do believe that the Gluma has those two benefits. I believe I believe it's going to kill bugs. So it's going to just kill the bugs in there. So it's decreasing your micro leakage, and it tends to decrease sensitivity, probably because it's killing the bugs. So it's just a sensitivity thing. And the preps seem cleaner when you take the provisionals off, if you've used Gluma. So I've used Gluma. Spear talked about it years ago, and I'm like, okay, I'll try that. And no sensitivity, so I use it. So it works.
What's the most common reason a permanent veneer does not stay on the tooth?
Well, I talked about that at the beginning, and it's because you've prepped the tooth too much, and you've got your whole veneer bonded to enamel. Sorry, dentin, not enamel. So if you prep the tooth too much, you can have massive amounts of enamel missing. The veneer is entirely bonded to dentin. Chances are it's not going to work really well.
Excellent. Some great questions coming in, guys. Awesome questions. Let's see. Are veneer fees higher than crown fees normally?
Well, I think that's personal preference, but it depends on how you want to set up your fees. I would say that the no prep veneer doesn't need to be higher than a crown fee because it's pretty straightforward. Although it's a challenge to bond. The regular veneer where you prep the tooth, you have to think about it. You have to make provisionals. You have a crowding case where you have to think about it more. You probably need to charge more for those. Those are more technique and skill sensitive. So I have no problem with charging more for veneers. crowns. But, depends on what you do.
Also, butt margins. The butt margin you talked about, is that on the incisal or more on the lingual?
Okay, so I showed that in the video. Hopefully it was somewhat clear. It's on the palatal incisal. It's not on the facial incisal. If you put a sharp margin, butt joint, sharp edged margin on the facial incisal, you're causing too much stress concentration inside your veneer because you have a sharp edge. So it's only on the outside margin of the veneer. So the facial incisal margin of any of these veneers is rounded. It needs to be rounded. This is something Harold told me is a big deal. The edge being left sharp, he sees that occasionally by various people.
So you'd recommend more of a rounded edge?
On the facial. On the palatal, you want it to be a sharp edge because that's where the bond will be and that's where the forces will be. So you want bulk of porcelain.
But rounded on the facial incisal, sharp edge on the lingual or the palatal.
Yes. Just no internal rounded or sharp edges, if that makes sense. No sharp edges internally. I hope that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Great questions coming in. Would you slightly over prep to obtain a well-defined gingival margin? Does it really have a huge impact on the prep?
No, I would, as we do more of these cases and we get more experience, my experience is let's prep less on the margin. So if you looked at a lot of my margins, they're chamfer preps. They could get to be very, very light chamfers, I think. And I'd be fine with that. It's just more challenging for the ceramist, that's all. But, a good ceramist can make that work. So the lighter your margin, the more enamels left to bond to, the better I think your long-term results will be.
Excellent. Let's see. Do you use Gluma before you place the temps? But do you use Gluma again when you permanently cement the veneers?
Yes. Yes, I do.
The answer is yes on that.
Yes.
When do they get access to the course? Someone's asking that as well.
Immediately. So basically they register on the phalandentalseminars.com/Ganatra page. Once they click enroll now, they go and fill out their info to register. It gets processed immediately because it's all online. And then the site, within probably 10 minutes, sends them their login credentials. I think less than 10 minutes, but let's say safely 10 minutes.
Okay, excellent. And is this by midnight Pacific time tonight? They have to sign up?
Yes, we put a timer on the page so that it shows that. So it should show that. So it does give you some more time because I know a lot of your people are joining us from the Pacific side.
Yes, and also, all around the world right now. So this is a fully online protocol. So if you are in the Philippines or Mexico,
I have members.
You have students from all over the world.
All over the world, yeah. I have a member from Mongolia. I have members from Indonesia, Philippines, Taiwan, everywhere. Wow. South Africa, all over Europe. We have even the Caribbean. We don't have anybody from, let's see, where's the country I could pick that we don't have somebody? We don't have anybody from Afghanistan yet.
And if you're listening and you're from there, you want to be the first one from there, go for it.
And I don't believe, we have from a number of the countries in the Middle East, but I don't believe we have anybody from Iraq. But we've had a lot of dentists from Iraq watch my training. So I think it's eventually we'll get a member from Iraq, but I don't believe we have a member from Iraq yet. Okay. But a lot of other countries. We don't have anybody from mainland China, from what I know. I don't know that they can even access.
I think they have an issue watching the videos.
Yes, but Taiwan doesn't. I've had a few people this year join from Taiwan. I believe Hong Kong would be fine too. I don't know how regulated that is.
Do they
But
get a certification or certificate when they complete the modules or whatever it is?
yeah, when they do the Jennifer, I believe, sends them something when they do the CE stuff.
Perfect. Perfect.
And if
Let's
she didn't, we
see. Thank
could.
you guys.
It's a
That
good
was an amazing
idea.
session. 12:15 a.m. over there. Perfect. Well done. Much appreciated. So many great
Where's
comments,
that
Steve.
person from?
Where are you from, Doc? I believe I'm assuming he's from. Where are you from?
12:15 a.m.
Canada. Canada.
Oh, okay, cool. East
It's
Coast.
actually what? It's actually 9:15. Well,
No, well, he's on the East Coast, so it's an hour behind me. Or ahead of me,
yeah.
sorry, ahead of me. So the East
No,
Coast, if it's 12:15 where he is, it's the East Coast, Ranesh.
Oh my God! It's even. I didn't know that. I
Yeah.
thought it was 3 hours and that was it.
Yeah, well, you live in California, so you're like the whole
Excuse
world's
that,
on
but
California time, according to
the
Ranesh.
California
Right?
oblivious. Sorry about that time. Nova Scotia, awesome.
Yeah, exactly. East Coast.
I thought Toronto was pretty much. I thought Toronto was where it kind of cut off the.
where Canada ended. Dude,
Oh my
you
God.
need some geography lessons.
Hilarious. Someone said they're trying to get the package. Definitely try. They've had so many doctors sign up.
Mm-hmm.
So use another browser if you can.
Oh, the browser's a problem. Well, yeah, try. Well, Chrome usually works fine. Safari, we've tested it in Safari and Chrome today, so it should work.
Yeah, a bunch of docs signing up. So,
Perfect.
do you have, let's see, any hands-on involved during the module? Like, let me talk to you about the hands-on a little bit. You can, these videos are such that you can kind of watch the videos
and then go
do it.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to be able to prep while you're with a patient and then the video, but
I've had people with the stuff on while they're working.
You could do it at lunch. You could do it before, like you did, you know.
Yeah.
But some of the Facebook videos, some of the diagnostic cast setup, some of all module 1 is all diagnostics, right, Steve? So what's module 2 again?
Risk assessment.
So essentially, you're going from, it's all like the first module is all diagnostics. Yes. So they're learning comprehensive bite records, diagnostic records, everything, and then risk assessment. And that they get a lot of downloads for that for bruxism.
Well, what they're getting is they're getting my risk assessment guide, and it helps guide them through thinking about the risk that the case presents, and then they could talk to the patient. So it's really a system for risk assessment.
And then module 3, you got total treatment planning complex cases.
Yes.
So the focus on that module is treatment planning the high risk wear patient. Yes. You know, that includes options for altering the vertical dimension for patients with no room for restorative material due to like restorative wear. So a lot of wear, no room for the material. How do you assess that? And then I think you gave away like a force management checklist in that module as well.
Yep. That's actually a really good training. I really think that was something that I figured out to communicate how we manage the occlusion design for patients with these wear patients. So I was thinking, okay, I want to teach this to my members when I was putting together the curriculum. And that's what I came up with, was creating this force management checklist. And it's a companion piece to the diagnostic wax-up instructions. And the two of them together will help your ceramist wax up the case exactly the way you need it, or digitally design the case the way you need it.
So then module 4 moves forward on top of that. It says it's more occlusion design is, I guess, pre-treatment case preparation. You said there's a total of 11 videos there. And that module you focus on rebuilding structurally compromised teeth, altering the gingival levels around the teeth, and dental implants, and equilibration of the natural dentition.
Yeah.
And on here on the page, it says you have detailed training videos for these procedures, including the equilibration for 2 different patients, post and core buildups, techniques on that, gingival alterations. All of that is filmed with your Zeiss Pro Ergo microscope.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. The video on how to do the core buildup is something that I think, you can use this for the rest of your career and never have a core fall out inside the crown. Really, hardly ever. Should not happen with this technique. And the other thing, unless the tooth breaks, the core is not going to fall out of the prep. The tooth might break and the core and the tooth come out inside the crown, but not the core by itself. And also, cores coming out in impressions, I hear about this. That's never going to happen. Cores coming out inside provisionals, not going to happen. This technique is bulletproof. I learned it from Bill Strupp. I modified it, but I learned the essential technique from Bill Strupp. And that one technique, if you use that on every crown case that has a filling, will pay for this whole membership in 6 months or less. I charge $395 for a core, and it's well worth it for the patients because that core is going to last 25 years, I believe. And you do a core on every tooth you prep for a crown that has a filling because you don't want to leave what's crappy under that filling. And you've added, whether you want to charge $250 or $300 or $395 for it, you've added a lot of production, but you've also added a lot to help these patients because the other thing about a good core, the patient's teeth aren't as sensitive under the crown. I think that's why I don't get sensitivity, because we do a really good core before we prep the crown. So these are all not really like aesthetic dentistry things, but this is something that's, as an everyday restorative dentist, you dial that in and you're like freaking off to the races, I think.
Excellent, excellent. We actually had Dr. Malksmacher on here as well. I mean, this is the thing about the great clinicians. They're always learning. They're always trying to refine their skill set. And he said, "Hey, thanks for the shout out, guys. Great course. Dr. Fallon is an amazing teacher. All the best." That's incredible.
Thank you. Well, that's awesome.
I'll tell you this. He's so good at what he does, and you're so good at what you do. And it's good to see people that are leaders in the industry. They're there because they're constantly refining their education around this.
Oh, for sure. For sure. But I'll tell you the core build-up technique. I can't stress how important that is. It will change your life, having awesome core build-ups with no sensitivity and having crowns that don't have sensitivity all the time. It's a huge thing. Huge thing.
And you said that's in module, I believe that you said is in module 4, right?
But I also reviewed some fine-tuning of it in a couple of different members' webinars in the last 2 years, because I had this one member and she really wanted to see, how does my assistant mix the core paste and put it in the Centrix tube? So I'm like, okay, we filmed that and showed it in the October 2016 members webinar. February 2016 members webinar. It's funny how I remember all these things, but we filmed it and showed it so that she could see exactly how to do that. So if I have members ask about a certain procedure, I'll just cover it in the monthly webinars. And oftentimes I'll videotape what they're asking about because it's easier to see it. So for me to explain to her assistant, I just videotaped it and showed it. And then we also did in September this year, I had a case that I was prepping and I did the build up for this one tooth and it filmed really nice. And it was a tooth that really had a lot of broken down old restorations. So I videotaped and put that in the monthly webinar because it was just such a clean, beautiful core build-up video. And then in February of this year, 2017, so February 2016 plus February 2017, I had another quadrant of cores that was just a beautiful video. So I put that in the member webinar too, because that was part of a full mouth rehab case. And it was just something that I wanted to show because we were using the isolite instead of the rubber dam. We couldn't get the rubber dam to stay down. So I showed doing the core buildups on lower posterior quadrant with the isolite, and it was such a good video. I wanted to share that. So
Which members webinar was that?
that one was February 2017. The one where I showed mixing.
They're getting access to 5 years.
Yeah. It's incredible, really. The February 2016 was showing how the assistant does her part of it. And then just this September, I showed another case. Just because I film so much. Some of them I look at and I go, damn, that's such a good video. I'm just going to share that, even though they've seen something like this before. Seeing it in different views. Like when I was doing that harvest of the tuberosity. If I had 3 different videos to see of doing that, I would have watched all 3 before I did it, because it shows just different angles, different views, different nuances. The DVD I have from AutoZur only had 1 example of it, but that was cool. I watched that twice before I did the procedure, and the procedure turned out beautiful. It was a great harvest. And so learning online and watching video, detailed video, you could translate that to working in the mouth. You just have to be able to translate that, and anybody can do that.
Very visual, right?
Yeah.
It's like a sport almost. Like you watch your golf swing on you watch golf video. You watch
exactly.
tennis, you mimic that swing or that shot off of the video. It's very visual. What do all the coaches say? Visualize it. I remember when I was prepping my veneer cases, I would visualize one of my mentors back in the day, like prepping. Yeah. And after watching your stuff, obviously it was very vivid. But what before this, that's what I would do to visualize things, and that's a great way to go. And not only with that, you also have the setup behind it.
Yeah.
How do you take a face bow? How do you mount the model? What do you do to the lab? Do you have lab instructions in there? I
have lab communication instructions. Yeah.
Wow, there's just so much in there. I mean, there's just so much.
Yeah.
Those of you that are signing up, awesome. Congratulations to the volume of doctors that have signed up. I've had this question quite a bit. And sorry if we've looked over, but here we're going to answer it. Can you please show us a photo of the palatal butt margin that you were talking about?
Yep. I just have to exit the presentation to go to the correct slide. That's easy. I showed it on a die. I can show it on a die. So I have the dies from that first case that I did with Harold photographed. So here it is. So this is palatal butt joint finish. It's a sharp edge. So it's just basically been reduced. You can see it from 2 views. It's been reduced with that wheel diamond. So it just reduces if you just reduce with a diamond, any kind of diamond, parallel to the incisal edge, and reduce across the incisal edge, you're going to get this sharp finish line, as opposed to angling a chamfer diamond onto the edge lingually. Then you'll get a chamfer. But you do it with any kind of diamond across the edge, you'll get this kind of sharp. And this is the strongest finish line for the palatal margin. And so hopefully that clears it up. I think it's pretty clear. I can show it in video too. If you look at me prepping it in video form, let me just show that really quickly because it doesn't take long in the video. Right here. So this patient isn't getting a lot of incisal reduction, but he'll get a little bit just to kind of smooth out the incisal edge where it's ragged. And I do that with the KS diamond. That's the wheel type of design. So you'll see right here, look at this. Zooming across. That gives me my incisal reduction plus my palatal butt joint finish. And it's so simple. It's amazing. Like, look at that. That's your reduction and your design. Now, the only thing you have to think about when you're doing that is don't angle it the wrong way. So you have to angle it so it's angled properly, this diamond. So don't angle it too much one way or the other. Try to angle it so that that flat edge is at an appropriate level and not sloped so much, if that makes sense to you. See how this is just angled nicely? If I were to angle it at all, it'd be slightly towards the facial. Yeah. And on the lingual, on the lower, I angle it the opposite way, actually. But it's the simplest way to prep these incisal finish lines. Even on a cuspid. So, that shows you the level of detail that we use here. This is how we roll. A lot of detail.
This is how we roll.
This is how we roll.
Hey, let me ask you this. Is this off your Zeiss microscope?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You can't get this kind of video with whatever, a head loop cam.
You just can't. And that's the beauty of when I was looking at some of your videos online, man, there's such clarity. I feel like it's better than being over the shoulder because it's like you're looking through your loops.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The power of clinical training with good video is more powerful than anything that's ever been available ever before. It is. Because, I'm filming now in 4K. This wasn't 4K, but I've got 4K video. It's unbelievable. And my commitment this year was...
You need that. If it's like us talking to a camera, that's different. But when you're filming teeth and burrs and spinning and saliva and all the minutia of prepping, you need that. You need that.
Yeah. But I'll tell you...
know how to prep your case prep. You need to watch these videos.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just let this play. It's really detailed. It's very detailed. But yeah, the different types of cameras you can get, nothing look at that right there, how detailed that is. And how clear it is. It's phenomenal. The videotaping in the microscope is the most powerful level of videotaping you could do for clinical dentistry. I've tried a lot of different versions of things, and I don't want to use the scope every time I work for everything that I do. It's hard in the posterior upper quadrants. Upper second molar working with a scope, not easy. So I do use loops, but to videotape with a loop headlight isn't as good as this because it's not as steady either. So the loops move on your head. You don't realize it because they're on your eyes, but they move around. Your head moves around a little bit. The loop's not as steady as a scope. So that's why this is just, a higher level.
I want to
now,
congratulate
here,
right now, you had 5 doctors that just signed up in the last 10 minutes.
Wow. I guess they like the second photo book. No, that's me
that's it.
showing. Yeah, well, that's me showing appreciation for all of you for signing up.
Yeah,
because
that's awesome.
The book is really going to help you. So you guys are showing faith in me by signing up. I'm going to help you, and I truly mean it. And I'm trying to illustrate that by adding this extra bonus. But I'll tell you that my commitment this year at the beginning of the year to myself was, each monthly webinar, I wanted to add new cool videos. And we were just, as I was doing that, playing this one video. And as we have a lot of good video. So video will let you learn how to do this. Last month, I showed the video of the crown lengthening for a full mouth rehab I just inserted. And that was a good video too. That was pretty cool. I showed a combo technique that part of the technique I learned from Ziv Simon, and part of it I learned from Otto Zur. And so I kind of showed both. But I did talk about both trainings during the webinar because people want to learn, where do you learn these techniques, right? And the Zur technique was more of a hands-on training. Ziv Simon's stuff that I learned from him for crown lengthening was an online course. It's much like what I'm doing, So yeah, that's that video. What do you want me to show next, Ranesh? Should we show? I guess we should show the next
Well,
that other case.
yeah, I was just gonna say you
Let me
got that
show that
case
other
that we gotta
case.
see. So
Yeah, yeah. We haven't gotten to that yet, so let's show this. So this is another case with crowding and porcelain veneers. So it's a patient who had crowding, and these patients, I have to be honest with you, I tell them they should get ortho first. I tell each of them, and some of them do. I've got a bunch of cases
hey,
we're
you know
working
what?
on.
Before you go,
Yeah.
I think Dr. Baxter has a quick question.
Yep.
I think I may have. Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Can you explain why you're a proponent for porcelain over Emax? If
Well,
that perception is accurate. Why
Well, they're
are you a
both
proponent?
porcelain, but okay. I do Emacs cases. The first case I showed with the feldspathic plus Emacs was an Emacs case. But I'll tell you, Emacs photographs nice and it looks nice. But if you do a feldspathic porcelain case and you see it in natural light in the patient's mouth, not retracted, and you see an Emacs case in the same situation, my experience has been that the porcelain veneer in the feldspathic porcelain tends to look nicer. It has better depth of substance to the color because it's not monolithic with layered porcelain. So I do prefer those because I think they are the ultimate beautiful restoration. But as we get more and more CAD CAM and more efficiency with using CAD CAM and digital workflows, Emacs is getting more and more popular, and even stained Emacs can look pretty damn good. So they're getting better ingots with Emacs and better blocks to mill. It's good. I don't know that if it's as good as layered feldspathic. I think that that's the most beautiful restoration in my 25 years that I've seen in a patient's mouth in person. But the Emacs is pretty damn good, and it could be made much cheaper, much more efficiently, and with less need for the highly skilled ceramist, and with the digital workflow. So I think I'll be ending up doing more of those cases over the years because they're less dependent on needing a really high skilled ceramist. But ultimate ceramic beauty is still, I think, feldspathic porcelain. And you could ask Pascal Magnier what he thinks, and he would agree with that. And most of the really high level aesthetic people in the world would agree with that statement unless they're paid by Ivoclar. That would be my disclosure on that one. So that's a good observation. But as we get more and more digital workflow, feldspathic will get even less and less because it's not conducive to a digital workflow. Mm-hmm.
All right, are we going to hit that case?
Yeah, let me show it.
Perfect.
So again, case study, crowding.
I gotta stop again.
Oh, okay.
This was such a great question.
Yeah.
Ryan's asking, what about the wear issue to opposing natural dentition? When do those single large, what about those single large cases? How about single large cases and then the wear issue to that opposing dentition?
Well, depends on the porcelain. The newer porcelains don't tend to wear as aggressively as the older porcelains. If you have a porcelain, any porcelain that you adjust and you don't properly polish again, it's going to have wear issues. But, if you want to avoid complete wear issues, then you do the case in composite. Composite's not going to wear, but the composite's going to wear. So, you could do milled composite veneers, milled composite onlays and overlays with lava, what's it called? Lava Plus. And that's a nice composite that you can mill or, mill. And you're not going to have as much wear issues with that. But, we've done a lot of these cases. As long as the porcelain's properly polished and finished, I don't see a tremendous amount of wear problem on the cases. But if you have porcelain that hasn't been properly polished and it's been adjusted, I've seen patients come into my practice opposing upper old porcelain, especially the older porcelain, the opaquer porcelains, some of the older metal ceramics. Some of that porcelain's really freaking rough, but the newer stuff, properly polished, glazed, not that rough, not as big a problem. hmm Hopefully that
Okay, great
helps.
question. Great
hmm
question.
But it's a good
Perfect.
question, yeah. So, additional case study: patient presented, large diastema, rotated centrals, unhappy with the smile. I suggested orthodontics, just wasn't going to work with her life. So, we decided to see if we could do this with veneers. Here it is. Centrals are very rotated out. I was somewhat concerned with the ability to do this. She had no muscle, joint issues, no occlusal issues. She could use orthodontics, though, I'll tell you that. Was absolutely not accepting orthodontics. I tried. Um, so we had to come up with, can I do 6 veneers and make this look nice for her? She's starting her career, wanted her smile to look good. We tried orthos. She said no ortho. I feel that if I said no, she would have gone somewhere else and had. So I said, okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this as conservatively as I can possibly prep your teeth so that your teeth don't get mutilated. Because I'm worried she'll go somewhere else and her teeth might get mutilated. Because some of these cosmetic guys in Toronto prep teeth too much. It worries me. So I agreed to do it. So here she is. Again, she has no muscle, joint, or occlusal issues, but she has some significant aesthetic wear, not wear, but crowding issue. So again, ortho would have been perfect. Her lower arch would have been tougher with ortho, actually, but just limited ortho even to fix the aesthetics of the upper would have been, I don't think, that hard. So that's why we tried hard to talk her into it. Wouldn't do it. So now we have to visualize, what are we going to do to make this work? Okay. And I look at this and I think that 6 veneers can be made to work as long as her face will accept us building things out a little bit. So what we're going to do is 6 porcelain restorations prepped using prep guides to minimize the preparation depth to ensure enamel for bonding. So let me show you how we thought of this. My thought is the problem for this case is the one rotated central. That's where we're going to have to build the case out to, wherever we could bring that back to, if that makes sense. So what we have to do is build out the other teeth to that outlier position. But what we'd like to do is bring that outlier position back as much as we can without mutilating that tooth. So to figure that out, we made a index of the prep of the teeth ahead of time, the one study model. I cut it vertically down the outlier tooth. I put it on the outlier tooth and I prepped the outlier tooth. So this is the tooth starting position. This is the prep that I did on the outlier tooth. So I prepped it as much as I could without mutilating it, basically. So I prepped it to the point where I didn't think I was prepping through the enamel. And then I sectioned this in a couple of slices because that tooth's rotated outwards pretty far. So here's the before. Here's the prep. So I prepped the one a bit. It didn't really need a lot. It was this one. This one's rotated out a lot here. This is the outlier. I need to bring this back and then build the rest of the arch in synchronicity with that. So I've prepped this back quite a bit on the outlier position. And then I didn't really prep the other ones because they're all going to be just normal conservative veneer preps. But I did prep the one central. So we're going to basically ask Harold to wax this up without prepping this tooth facially any further back. Because if he does, it's not going to be an accurate representation of what I can do with the tooth preps. because I've prepped it back as much as I'm considering that I would do. So the other thing to think about here with this case is this area here, the veneer is going to have to be a little bit lingual right there on that corner just to get a good incisal edge position. But this one here, the outlier tooth, the veneer has to wrap down the lingual quite a bit. Otherwise, something just froze. Ranesh, are you still there? You're good, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Why? No, my mouse froze. I thought the webinar froze, but it was just my
we're
mouse.
good. We still got a huge
okay.
Number of
my
doctors
mouse
still on.
froze. So so the outlier tooth, because I'm bringing it back so far, we can't have a thin, tiny veneer incisal edge. So we're going to wrap that down the lingual. So that one's going to be, you could call this a crown, but I'm not going to prep it as aggressively as a crown. But you could call it a crown because it's going to go all the way around the tooth. The rest of the other 5 are going to be straightforward veneers. So the wax up, I'll warn you, I chipped the wax up. So Harold always sends me a duplicate model of the wax up because sometimes we can damage them. So the duplicate model is where Amanda makes all my stents and guides. But here's the wax up, quite heavily damaged. I don't know what the hell happened there. But here's the duplicate of the wax up. Where it's really the place where you need to see it is lingually, or occlusally. So occlusally, you can see it's not really that aggressive a wax up. It's just this tooth. The outlier tooth is the difficult tooth in this case. It has to be prepped kind of like a 3/4 veneer or crown or whatever you want to call it. But I don't want to mutilate it, so I'm going to prep it kind of like a really super conservative crown. The rest will be veneers. And that's how you manage a case like this. We bring back one tooth as much as we can, and we bring out the other teeth. So the other teeth are additively built out. And then we check with the provisional if this is brought back enough within her smile. Because we can't tell till we do it. But I told her part of doing this without ortho is we have to build out your whole arch form. And she understood that. So what we do is we use the guides from the duplicate model of the wax up to prep the case. All the veneers are prepped really conservatively. The one central is prepped like a really light veneer crown, so to speak. Harold and I call these glove crowns because they're really like a very thin glove that goes over the tooth. The key tool to prep a case like this is the copyplast shell with depth. Because we've additively contoured the laterals and cuspids, but the 2 centrals are the toughies, and the one is the toughest one. So we have to constantly prep it a little bit, check back with the copyplast shell, prep it a little more, check back with the copyplast shell, in and out with this to be able to visualize how much to prep this without mutilating it. Because again, I want that tooth to still have lots of enamel to bond my glove crown to. Again, we use these. Sorry, I don't have a good shot of that with this case. This is a different case. Don't know why I didn't take a good picture of that putty in place with this case. I can't remember what the reason was because I took pictures with the copyplast shell. But regardless, the putty is used mostly for this tooth. It's not hardly even needed for the others, but this one it is. And again, remember, closing a diastema, we're going to prep the margin sub G in between the teeth that we're closing the diastema, so sub G in this area of contact so we can pinch the papilla properly. But, you know, you look at the preps here, very conservative veneer preps on 5 of 6 teeth. This is a glove crown prep, very conservative of enamel still. Still lots of enamel to bond to for that too. Look at the other views. These are ultra conservative veneer preps. This is a very conservative crown prep. That's all enamel on that tooth still because of the way we designed the prep. It's all enamel. It's just I could have prepped it even less here, but I had to taper this back so much that I ended up creating a shoulder almost here. It's a heavy chamfer. Just because I had to taper this back so much here. So, but everywhere else, it's like textbook light, almost no prep veneers. These are very, very light. Light chamfer, palatal butt joint finish line on all of these. Look at this. Palatal butt joint, all of these, all of these. This one wraps all over because it's a glove. And then the only place where we prepped this tooth aggressively, though, was this incisal third. And mostly only on the distal. So it's not like we mutilated tooth, I don't. And then here's it with retraction cord. Again, we prep it a little deeper interproximally so we could push on the tissue with the porcelain when we have a big diastema like that. Again, she could have used ortho on the lower arch too. Wasn't to be. She wasn't going to accept that. So here's my prepped model. Prepped the model of the centrals. Here's the wax up Harold did on this model. So he took this model, he waxed it up. I told him don't prep that tooth further out. Here's the actual preps in the model of the preps, the solid model of the prep. So these are what I prepped based on this. And then here are the veneers Harold created on that solid model. It's funny how different context makes different color. On the putty colored or tan colored model, and with the black background and maybe just the exposure, these don't look that white, right? But in her mouth, they look pretty white. It's interesting. Different context makes them look different. But look at all the detail he put in, a lot of translucencies and halo effects. And this is, again, layered feldspathic porcelain. In my opinion, the nicest looking porcelain. But you could have done this with Emax. Everything could have been done with Emax, and even stained Emax, and it would have looked totally acceptable. Here it is in the mouth immediately post-bonding. Nice papilliform and that diastema. Good tooth proportions considering where we started. Tissues just a little red from me finishing and smoothing and removing any resin cement over the margin. So again, I'm not using high-speed rotary diamonds or anything on the margins. I'm mostly using an enhanced cup. You'll also see when you watch the videos on the membership site, the thing that I use a lot is a hand instrument. I actually use a 12B blade to scrape the cement off the margins. Like the cement that's overhanging the margins, that is. Or over-layering the porcelain. You could remove all of that. So that way you get a nice smooth porcelain surface. So I use a lot of hand instruments as well. Here's the occlusal view of the case. Here is an occlusal view that's kind of neat. It's the before up here, the finished case, and the preps. So it gives you a different perspective. So we built out the arch form to meet the outlier tooth that we brought back. And that's how we manage crowding cases with veneers. It's the same thing with all the cases. It's just which tooth do you bring back, which teeth do you build out? Because anything else, you're going to mutilate the teeth. If you try to bring everything back to, say, this position, how are you going to get that tooth back to here without mutilating it? You got to build everything out. You can't build everything back unless you're willing to mutilate the teeth, which I wasn't and am not. So you look here. This is the before. Check out the after. It looks pretty freaking good, all things considered, where we started. This is the real killer view. Look at that. You know, you wouldn't think that you could do that, really. And here's another view that's even better. Look at those, and look at this. I even have the incisal third tapering in. But it's because we built out the body third. It's like this picture here blows me away. And it's not an optical illusion. It's just the way we built out the arch form a little bit to build in the outlier tooth form. And just another retracted view. Again, we used the vertical anatomy in this case because the teeth are a little bit wide because, again, she didn't do ortho. The vertical anatomy makes the teeth, we look more at the length of the teeth than the width. So they're a little on the wide side. All good. It looks pretty reasonable. And this is, again, feldspathic porcelain. I think it looks pretty white. And it's a good blend and match to the natural dentition. Harold never saw this patient. We sent pictures, digital photos. Check this out. This is the before and after. One thing, look how cool this is.
Incredible.
Brought back. But here's the cool thing. They asked about shade communication. This is her tooth. And I show this to patients in consults. This is the patient's tooth. These are the veneers. Can you tell me at this magnification and resolution, can you tell which is which? Like, look, we've got little horizontal striations in here in the low points, smooth polish in the high points. We've got the shade matching with even white areas. Like, this is shade matching only with digital photography. And surface luster. So the luster's the same and the topography's the same. Because we've got striations here, we've got striations here. And this is the level of detailed aesthetics that we're talking about. And the cool thing is, Harold never met this patient or saw this patient in person. This is all done with digital photography. So having the ability to take good digital photos that are color accurate and exposed properly makes a huge difference, with shade tabs as well, obviously. And this is feldspathic porcelain. I don't think, well, at least with the people that have done Emacs for me, I've never seen Emacs look quite like this. Now, that's not saying there isn't a master Emacs ceramist out there that could mimic this. There probably is. I just haven't worked with them. So nobody that I've worked with can get Emacs to look as good as this feldspathic look. But I have nothing against Emacs. And I think with digital workflow, we're all going to be doing more of that. But here's the other side. Again, natural tooth, ceramic. And just all the little detail. And you can, you can see how we've changed the contour and outline form of the. And the tissue interface is good.
The patient must have felt incredible.
Yeah, she was pretty happy. I don't know, like I don't think I ever. She lived out of town from Oakville, so I haven't seen her in years, and I don't know. And she was referred by another dentist, so she's gone back to that dentist.
Just that side profile, looked amazing, and in such a conservative prep.
Yeah, I'm not sure she even realizes how good it really looks, because unless she saw these pictures, I don't know that she would. Right? There's no reason to look at your teeth this closely, but this is pretty detailed photography, and most people wouldn't see their teeth at this level. But it's kind of cool to see that your teeth at this level look indistinguishable from the porcelain to the teeth. So that's I think pretty cool. And
that is amazing.
Yeah. So that's a cool case. Hopefully you got lots out of the concepts behind building out the arch form, bringing back the outlier tooth into the built-out arch form, and the built-out arch forms based on how far you could bring back the outlier tooth. And that's really how we manage these cases. And you can get good results, obviously, following that concept. Like this view here. Like you could almost say these are two different in the sense when you look just at the teeth. Or that she had ortho. Or I mutilated the teeth. But you can see by the preps, I didn't mutilate the teeth. We just three-dimensionally repositioned everything.
That one session, the one evaluation you had under the microscope, microscope, you couldn't even tell which ones were the natural teeth and which ones were veneers.
Yeah. 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 It's pretty cool.
Well,
so that, I think
questions
that's kind of
on
cool.
this case.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone have questions on this case, you guys shoot them over. Until then, I know we had a few people ask about your offer.
Mm-hmm.
We can go over that really quickly as you guys post questions in.
Which part would you like me to go over, Ranesh?
I know it's so much. You're offering so much, which is incredible.
Yeah. Do you want to see the site again?
I'll tell you this. 2 hours left. 2 hours and 2.5 hours left. Available till midnight tonight.
Yep.
Okay. And you go to the page. There's gonna be 7 bonuses that he has in there. But before you even hit the bonuses, remember you're getting.
Here's the page.
Module course. Okay.
Here's the page. Right here.
Module. There you go. So there's a page. You got all your bonuses on there. Let's go to the modules because I had some questions on that. Essentially, the modules are there to walk you through A to Z on how to do cases like the ones you've seen. Take comprehensive diagnostic records. You got to assess risk. You got to have a metric for that. If you don't measure it, you can't manage it, right? And that's what Module 2 gives you right there. And then you'll go to Module 3, where essentially what you're doing in Module 3 is going over pre-treatment case preparation.
Yes.
Right?
No, Module 3 is treatment planning.
That's treatment planning.
We're getting punchy after 4 hours.
Yeah. So, look, treatment planning these cases, I feel like, when I first started, I remember I wanted to do more veneers. And the office manager came up to me and says, Dr. Ganatra, if you want to do more veneers, treatment plan more veneers. And it starts with there. You have to treatment plan it. But then after you start treatment planning these things, you have to know how to sequence them. You got to know how to treatment plan these complex cases in a predictable sequence that's going to give you the outcome that you're searching for. And I think it's so nice that you added that module in there, because if you skip that, then, treatment planning becomes just so elusive when you skip it, right? You think, oh, okay, I know how to, do veneers. I know how to do all that. And then people think that, hey, that's it. You got to know how to prep your teeth. You got to know how to deliver the veneers. But it's not that at all. You can learn how to prep the teeth. You can learn how to cement the veneers in. But if you never treatment plan them with a sense of sequence and strategy, then it's not going to work. And I always use this example with doctors because, look, John ate the cow versus the cow ate John. Same exact words, different sequence, totally different meaning. You change the sequence to these cases, different meaning, right? Just like, Steve, you're talking about how for the diastema closure, you got to prep subgingival in those embrasures.
Yes.
Well, why did he say that? Why? It's knowing how to evaluate the next step before you get to that next step. And Module 3 will give you that. Module 4 is going to be, okay, how do I prep this case from a standpoint of, hey, core buildup, techniques as far as what's going to be happening when I open the tooth back up, right? Structurally compromised teeth, altering gingival levels around the teeth, and dental implants, equilibrating all the natural dentition. What's the pre-treatment case preparation? And I think this is a great one for them to see with their team, right?
For sure. Especially, the equilibration videos are really good because it shows how my assistant and I work together. Okay. So that's really good because we've got video of that. And then the core build-up's really good because the assistant really does need to know exactly how you're doing that so that they're prepared for the steps. Because my core build-up technique, as I said, it's a modification of what I learned from Bill Strupp, but it's bulletproof. I showed that case, 18-year-old core build-up. After I cut off the crown because there was some subgingival caries, the core was perfect. And I see that anytime I have a case like that because, I've been practicing 25 years. So I've cut off some of my old crowns. And the cool thing is, before I go to cut off one of my old crowns, my assistant and I look and we say, did I do a core build up on that tooth? And when did I do it? Because I started doing the strop technique about 1996. And if I did it 1996 or later, generally we're expecting the core still to be good, you know?
That's
And
amazing.
I don't have to
That's
replace it still from 1996. My 1992 to 1996, it's a crapshoot because I might not have done the strop technique. And if I didn't, then I replace it. But the technique I've used for over 20 years is
I'm hearing you
bulletproof.
talk about this on how you and your assistant cut off the crown, and then you look, and you look back at when you placed the core buildup, or if you did the core,
Yeah.
and then you take all that and you create a curriculum around that in, let's say, this module.
Yes.
And what I love about courses and books and mentors, everything that they know, 25 years, 30 years, 10 years, whatever it is, you get all of that in a course, in a book, in a structured curriculum. That's how you actually launch your learning exponentially. I mean, that's how you take 25 years, compress it down to maybe an hour or 2 hours, and all of a sudden now you know what that person has packaged up. But it's the gift of the author or the instructor who has packaged it up, put it in there, and now the person consuming it now can launch themselves to that next level quicker, that's the greatest thing. And I can only speak so powerfully about this because it's made such an impact in my life because, Steve, I'm a big proponent of courses, online learning, all of that. And I think that's so powerful.
Well, to learn for example, to invest in something like this, but you're getting the course and all this stuff, and that's all great. But here's what you're really getting is you're getting to learn from somebody who's had 25 years experience of doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And that's pretty powerful. And there's a lot of members that I have that also have 25 years experience. And so, you combine their experience plus all the cool stuff that I'm teaching, and that's an unstoppable amount of combination of experience plus new knowledge,
Doctors say, you always hear doctors say, I work with a doctor that has 30 years of experience. Well, that's great, but does he have a curriculum? Has he taken his experience and frameworked it?
Yeah.
Has he frameworked it out and put it in consumable chunks of insights, information, strategies, techniques? That is a process.
It's taken years to put that together.
And Steve, I call you quite often. You're in your office shooting a video. You're at the cottage creating content.
Yeah, I shoot a lot of videos at my cottage in the basement. I go up in the winter and work because nobody's around. Yeah. It's empty up there in the winter. Up in northern Ontario, nobody's hardly there except for the snowmobilers. But
it's an art.
Yeah, it's fun though.
We're all really grateful for it, and that's why you can see we still have so many doctors on listening, learning, and then I think it's great. So let's go on module 5, prep techniques. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. If you liked what you saw tonight, these techniques are gonna amplify that even more.
Well, we show some cool things like onlay veneers, onlays, crowns, glove crowns, but it's more than just prepping teeth. It's provisionals, full arch impressions of a full arch of prepped teeth. That's where it gets all the details, So there's a lot there with all of that beyond what I just showed tonight. But we're always adding to it too, right? Because of new cases, etc. I'm adding to the curriculum though, mostly by adding monthly webinars and adding new material each and every month. So the curriculum adds each and every month with new materials. This year I've been really really a lot on implants and things like that and surgical areas. But this month it's really restorative dentistry
Well, let's
because
talk about bonding. I mean, we didn't even go over bonding
yeah,
here tonight,
yeah.
and that's such a critical factor.
Mhm. Mhm.
We didn't go
Mhm.
over that. I mean, bonding your cases, module 6,
Uh-huh.
finishing.
Mhm.
That really says it all because you can have a great lab,
Mhm.
you can have some great preps, but if you screw up the bonding, if your tooth is canted just half a degree, it's over, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
everything gets bonded incorrectly. If it's not seated, it doesn't look well.
Yeah, for sure. You've got to have the seating proper. Well, here's the other thing in
So you
that
got to have all that.
module. That module has a really good section that is about um, um, restorative bite records. So, restorative records plus the bite records when you have larger cases. So, that's almost one of the most critical parts of that module. It could have been a module on its own, bite restorative records, but when I originally conceptualized the course, I thought 6 was a good number. So we put it all into 6. This could be a 10 module course, a 9
Yeah.
module course. But I've put this whole training, which could be in itself a module on restorative records. And then we updated it in April of this year. So Harold and I actually did a co-presentation at the Vegas AACD meeting. Before we did it, we ran through it, the restorative records protocol, as a monthly webinar. So it gave us a chance to go through the lecture before we presented it at the AACD. And it's really good. And it has a PDF document downloadable that they could print out that's step by step the restorative records protocol. And I actually made 2. I made one if you're finishing the upper arch first, and a separate one if you're finishing the lower arch first for a full mouth case. Or you just use the protocol if you're finishing one arch and only doing one arch as your case. So either way, it works for all these different types of cases because of that.
Excellent. So, and I also think that if you look at after this, bonding and finishing, like you said, you did all those different variations of that. Now that's your course. Then you continue your learning through the monthly members webinars, which you're going to, like you said, you're getting into different things, implants and different dynamics of a certain case, and you're seeing students who are delivering
The other
cases
cool
to
thing
you.
we have is
What was that?
the case studies are important too.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
case
yeah.
studies, we hardly look at that, but case studies are huge.
Oh,
You
those
know
are.
what? Let me show on the site.
Now, here's the thing.
So,
2 hours to go. You have to register
hmm,
tonight to get these bonuses. So you go
yes,
through the
in the
whole
next.
course, and then on top of that, you get these bonuses. You'll get to your house or to your office, whatever it is, the Veneer Precision Blu-ray disc set. You'll get the photo book, and I think you're adding in a second photo book as well. You'll get the Bonded Porcelain Restorations DVD set. You'll get the Porcelain Veneer Before and After case. You'll get the Smile Makeover PDF ebook. And you're also going to get the Functional Occlusion Online DVD box set with the course binder. You're going to get all that stuff, that stack of things that he showed you. What was that?
The stack of stuff.
There's this big stack of things that are coming to you. So
Uh,
you're going to get that
that's
whole
funny.
stack of things, which is incredible because that's on top of the course already. So
Mm-hmm.
take advantage of it tonight by midnight. Congratulations to the volume of doctors that have done so already. You're not going to see this offer again. If it is ever offered again, all of these bonuses will not be in there. Okay. So this package, the way it's positioned and the way it's put together tonight, this is a one-time deal. So this page will be down after midnight. So please,
Perfect.
that bundle of goodies, yes.
It's switching to a closed page. It's automatically switching to a closed page at midnight
Okay.
Pacific. Yeah, at least it's supposed to.
I mean, it's this. If you want to know how to prep veneers, do full mouth cases, do restorative dentistry at a level that changes lives and enhances smiles beyond one or two teeth. You want to do the big cases. You want to compete on a level of excellence where you're not just doing fillings and single crowns. You're doing full comprehensive dentistry. You got to get the training. You got to invest in yourself. And a little under $3,000 is not a huge chunk when you consider the cases that can be done after knowing this. So, and I
No.
love the fact that you've just shrunk
Well,
up all
as
your
I
knowledge. What was that?
as I said, the photo book in itself, if you use the photo book in your practice, and I'm giving you two, if you use that in your practice and you show it to 5 or 6 patients, you'll probably have somebody go ahead with veneers,
Oh
and
yeah.
you'll
Oh
pay
yeah.
for the whole case course.
Yeah.
So it's like I've made it so that I can help you pay for the course just by having increased case acceptance. And this isn't even a case acceptance program. You know, it's just I want to give you that extra advantage to be successful. And it's just this book here. I think, you know, I said value $500. Like I could probably charge $1,000 for each of those. They're so powerful
Yeah.
because of the way they're laid out and the way that they're presented for patients. I didn't even show the PDF ebook. It's pretty cool. It's really cool on an iPad. I really think that on an iPad that can be really effective
Yeah.
for people to basically look over cases. There's implant cases on that. There's rehab cases. There's crown cases and veneer cases. So basically an ebook with a whole bunch of different cases and cases that you can again show people when they're in your office. I had one member, she put it on an Apple TV to show patients in the chair on the computer, like big screen on a flat screen.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. She told me about it. So lots of different things you can do with this internally in your practice for internal marketing.
Oh yeah.
And that's the key.
Well,
so do you want me to show anything from the site again? I never showed, there's a couple things I didn't show yet.
I mean, we got so many doctors still on. I know it's like almost 1 a.m. where you're at, Steve, but sure, we'd love to see the site.
Yeah.
And I know
I'll stay on a little bit longer.
Maybe some doctors logged in late, you know, whatever it was.
Yeah. As long as my wife doesn't wake up and wonder what the heck is going on.
And I hope your car is still in the parking lot.
I'm sure it is. They've never towed it since. So, okay, so let's go to the menu. So clinical photography, this is something that I think is really important. And this video right here will help your team see how to do this. And it's just a short little video. It's only 11 minutes. But on this video, let's see, 720p. On this video, I show exactly how I take the photos. So you look here, and you could show your team this. This is the patient in the chair for the occlusal photos. So we do the occlusal photos, show how the patient holds the retractors. I use separate retractors from these photos than I use on the sitting up photos. So the occlusal photos, we use a different type of retractor. Here's the mirror being held and the way that mirror being held, being angled properly. There's a whole bunch of stuff I talk about just there that's important, and then shooting the photo. So this was a workshop I did in my office that I videotaped parts of. So that's why you're seeing other people watching. I haven't done these in years. Since I really focused on doing online training, I stopped doing workshops in my office. But at some point, I'll probably do them again and offer it to Occlusion Design members first option, because I've had a number of them email me asking me about this. But for now, I'm still focused on the online training because I still think there's a lot I can do with it.
So here's the lower occlusal. Again, just subtle things like how they hold the mirror, how we hold the retractors, how we get her to position her chin from the upper to the lower occlusal view. And then that's all I do in the chair. I switch it now to my photo chair. So we move to the other side of the office or operatory to this photo chair, and we take the other pictures in this photo chair with a little black background. And so again, I'm doing these photos, and then the patient holds the retractors, and we show shooting those. And then the black background ones, again, there's a specific way we want the patient to hold the retractors, and my assistant's going to come in with her black background, and I have to come in close and do the pictures. So just being able to have your team see this so they know how to help you, and then they know how to take them as well, because we need people taking pictures of our cases, whether it be you, your assistant, or your hygienist. So that's my assistants. One assistant was being the patient, and one was being the assistant. So you can see how close I have to get for the black background 1-to-1 views. That's really close. And just the way we move, Amanda has to move from one side to the other when I do this. And it's detailed training. And then we have lectures on the photography section just to explain some of this. And we have even editing images in Photoshop tutorial. So I do 4 things with the images, and that's about it. It's very simple. And you could use those 4 moves in photography to edit your images in Photoshop, Lightroom, Aperture, just the regular photo program. Any photo program will work. Oh, what I wanted to show is coaching webinars. Yeah, so here's the coaching webinars. And I'll show the April. So this was an update on restorative records. This is a pretty cool webinar here.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the webinar.
Having a hard time taking the volume down. So this one we did, Harold and I did, it was a widescreen view because that's the AACD was going to look like. Oh, I showed an update on that implant case at the beginning because the month before I had grafting and extraction. Let me go back to that. What's that update? Oh, maybe it was over here. Sorry, I think my computer might be slow now because it's been on running for so long.
You're still good. You're still good.
It's still good. Oh, this is slow though. Yeah, it was acting up. There we go.
Okay, everybody.
Oh, there it is. That's what I wanted.
That we'll have to have,
So this was that case as it's healing.
Right now we're still focused.
And then I showed video of placing
that's
the
that
implant.
case.
So video of placing the implant in August. It's a pretty cool case. So I built up the ridge because there was a buccal plate defect. And if you recall, I showed the CT scan where the ridge looks really good post-healing. And then this is basically restorative records protocol. And we're showing how we take the bites. And it's really a focus of this is the protocol for the restorative records. And Harold did a number of videos of the lab techniques, including making the custom incisal guide table, but also verifying the bite records that we take. We take multiple sets of CR bite records with each prepped arch, and then he verifies them with the product called the MPI, the SAM MPI. It allows us to verify the precision of the bite records. And so I do that also with the
restorative diagnostic records, but we also do this with the MPI with the restorative records. So I do it with the diagnostic records and then with the final restorative records. So I have two MPIs. I have one in my office, and then I have one at Harold's office lab that he uses for me for my cases. And then he's showing using the guide table with the finished arch of restorations. It was pretty cool. Like, that was a pretty cool webinar. Just presenting it or co-presenting it with Harold, and it was kind of our 12-step system for restorative records, predictable system for restorative records. So it was pretty neat. So, this is the quality of the monthly coaching webinars that we're talking about. And there's all the archives of them in here. So months and months and months. This one here was cool. I was showing IDS, in immediate dent and sealing.
Webinar we had trouble with too, but that was because it was a 3-hour.
So immediate dent and sealing. This was right when we were switching to Vimeo. We had trouble with the really long webinar replays in Vidler, so we switched to Vimeo. But so this is one of those sonic prep tips. So cool that I managed to stop on that spot because I wanted to show this. So this is the sonic prep tip. I'm prepping this tooth for an onlay. I haven't prepped through the little contact area, but I have to prep it for a class 2 box slot because the enamel's really thin and broken down, and I think there's some decay. So watch this. This side here goes against the adjacent tooth ultimately, and it doesn't cut. It only cuts on the 3 sides, not on the 4th side. So it's very safe to use against an adjacent tooth. I won't nick it. I use this for class 2 slot preps as well as onlay preps. So if you look here, there's that little thin ridge of enamel. There's decay and chipping there. I'm just going to thin it out a touch more to make it, actually I'm just making it wide enough so that the sonic prep tip will go in. You can see the decay there. This is exactly what I do if this was just a little class 2 slot. So cool that I found this spot in that webinar. So there, I'm just making the slot the right size so that the sonic tip will fit. Once I have the sonic tip fit, I can go through and remove that shell of enamel without worrying about damaging the adjacent tooth with a diamond or rotary diamond. And it's pretty cool. When you thin it out like that, look at that. It just prepped it almost immediately. It's completely safe on the side of the tooth, the adjacent tooth. And I could now get the correct anatomy to get correct draw for my onlay as well, because this has been designed with a little bit of taper. So you can see there the seat, the floor is really nice. We'll smooth it a little more with this, and we could even just shape the 2 adjacent walls just by tipping it a little bit one way or the other. It's a very cool tool, very cool tool. But this is what we're talking about, monthly webinars with clinical training with video. And I just pick different things that are maybe not like, this isn't a veneer case or anything, but this is very applicable for us as restorative dentists to be able to see this kind of training. And then I also show the technique that I use for immediate dent and sealing of the onlay preps. I immediate dent and seal all my onlay preps with an internal core. And then I finalize the prep. And then I need to shoot a video where I am doing seating the onlays, because I've changed my protocol for seating onlays, and it's pretty cool too. And then I have a sonic preparation, not a sonic tip, a Cavo Flex tip. This is like the Profin used to be to smooth the margins. Look at this tip. This is just a oscillating tip that doesn't rotate, it goes up and down. So I'm going to smooth this prep here, this margin for the onlay, and shape it with this tip. It's like a little blade that goes up and down as opposed to a rotary diamond. Again, just to get this shape the way that I want it. but like look at the detail of this video. And then I'm just showing it, and then I took screenshots of the video to share with the members. I think that'll show in a minute when I exit the video to the slide. So I'm just trying to show the way this rotates up and down. See how that rotated? It's a very neat tool, this little thing. This is great for removing resin flash as well on Class 2 box forms. So this is a November member webinar replay video. Like, this is just, I think, cool. And the level of detail I can get with my scope in producing these videos is unprecedented, I believe. What do you think of that, Bernesh? Is that cool?
I tell you, I'm watching these videos and thinking, I remember as a young dentist trying to look over the shoulder of, one of my mentors, and you couldn't even see this. And this is what you were looking for. Like,
not at this level.
Yeah, you were trying to look for it at this level through your loops, but this is like 10x. Like, it's like, where the burr is going in the box, the strokes. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah. I like this. This is fun for me, right? I enjoy doing it, but I enjoy putting together training that looks like this level of detail. So that's why, for me, what gets me excited about occlusion design is the fact that I get to do a new seminar every month for my monthly webinars. You know, it's a rush, really. If you're into this stuff, it's a rush. So look at the way that's being shaped. And then I took some screenshots and made a slide out of the screenshots of the video. Look at that. This is it's beautiful.
That's incredible.
And then we did, I don't know, I guess this is after immediate dentin sealing. Although I'm not positive. I'd have to look back through the whole video. But there's the tool. I got lots of cool tools. That's what.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I've never even seen that.
Yeah. Oh, and there's an image of it.
Wow.
With sealing in place, and there's the permadyne impression. Perfect impression. Those are the tips. Let me see if it plays a little touch more to show you the prep image. It's a pretty good image. I'll let it play for a sec. It's hard to scroll with this big pointer. So there's a prep image. You can see how the dentin's shiny. That's all immediate dentin sealing. Seal and bond the internal surface of the dentin. And there's flowable in there to remove any undercuts. It's a very specific design to the prep. It's something Pascal Magnier teaches, this immediate dentin sealing. It's very, very good. So here's the cool thing. That onlay, if the patient lost the temp, the tooth would not be sensitive because it's all completely sealed, all the dentin's sealed. So I've had a couple patients, like that's a pretty retentive onlay provisional. So that patient didn't lose that one, but some of them are really not retentive at all by design, just because of the design. It's not really going, for example, into the interproximal here. So if this one was just this corner, wouldn't be a very retentive provisional. But with the immediate dentin sealing, if the patient loses the provisional, there's no sensitivity because the provisional is not what's causing the tooth to not be sensitive. It's the immediate dentin sealing. The provisional is just there to hold the contact. So we would like the provisional to stay, but it's not an immediate emergency if it were to come out. And then look at the rest of the impression with this. The anterior crowns, the crown over here, the onlay, like permadyne's a bulletproof impression material.
Wow, that is a great material. Look at that.
Yeah.
You said
awesome.
that you said that you can only get that in one of your local vendors, or what?
No. This is 3M. It's a 3M polyether impression material. What I said is it's mostly used in Europe. You don't get a lot of North Americans using it, unfortunately.
What's the reason for that?
It tastes horrible. It really does.
Oh, but you get a good impression.
I don't care because I get a full arch impression and it works. I'd rather it taste horrible than have to take 3 impressions on the poor person.
And your restorations come out excellent.
Well, exactly. That's the
And your
biggest.
lab guy likes you better.
The tear strength on this material is really high. Here's the other thing we do in the monthly webinars is I go through literature too, right? So this is talking about some of the literature on immediate dent and sealing. Because, you know, I've got membership to a multiple, or I get journal subscriptions to so many of the peer-reviewed journals. So I go through and talk about different things that I see that are interesting. There is a bonus section on the site with just different bonus things as well, just in case you need more material. And let's show, I know there was a question about the prep video fabricating putties. So this is a good one for the team. That's the one Amanda made.
Welcome everyone. I'm Dr. Stephen Fallon, and this video.
I don't need to hear myself, but this video was making the putties, and a lot of it was Amanda actually doing the work. And I videotaped her, and she told us what she was doing. So this was pretty cool. And this is good for team training. So there's a lot on here. You know, the team could really benefit from watching some of these. So that's making a copy plast.
People support what they create.
Yeah, for sure.
So
yeah, Amanda really likes being involved in the CE.
Great way to have your team watch this, and that way they know exactly how to create these things.
Yep. And you know, there's some challenges to cutting these and trimming them, and et cetera, et cetera. We chose a hard case to videotape because it was a partially edentulous case. Those are harder to trim than a just a straight fully dentate arch. So this was a good one. And then just trimming it with the heavy scissors. There's a lot of little details. And then they could ask questions underneath. So.
Hey, we got a question for from Dr. Yi, and he's asking a couple questions. On the topic of Emacs, despite its affordability and quick turnaround time, is there more fail rates of Emaxes?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a good material. I don't believe there's a higher failure rate because of it. It's fairly strong. We use it when we want more strength than what feldspathic gives, and if I'm a little nervous about the patient's bruxism or bite force, we'll frequently use it. From a strength perspective, it's not as strong as zirconia, though.
Right. Ocon Lab, which he uses, says Emaxes are water soluble. You think that's true?
Geez, I don't know about that comment.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, the labs make these comments in like, they just throw things out there, and I always sometimes like, really?
I don't know about that. Water, it makes no sense that a ceramic to use in the mouth would be highly water soluble.
Yeah, how could that be? How could it, like Dr. Baxter is saying, how could a glass be water soluble? Agreed.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
The labs, sometimes they say funny things.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know that one. What's up with that, to be honest with you. But that's interesting.
Well, let's look, congratulations doctor's just signing up. That is awesome.
At the time, I probably can't stay too much longer. My wife will wonder what the heck is going on. She'll think I got in an accident.
You probably won't get to do another training with me for like a year.
I know. She knows the one time my car got towed, I was with you.
Oh gosh.
On my video.
Jeez. Hopefully you weren't driving her car.
No, it was my car. It was all good.
So felondentalseminars.com/Ganatra before midnight. Just you just got to go /Ganatra. That's it.
Yeah.
That's some people are going to the website, they can't see the deal there because it's not there. It's only at that address.
Oh yeah, it's not on felondentalseminars.com. No.
Yeah.
Actually, if you go to felondentalseminars.com, occlusion design is closed. It's closed on felondentalseminars.com. It's only open on this. Or if I were, like I do certain webinars here and there, and I open the program, but otherwise it's closed on felondentalseminars.com. We have a waiting list.
You will not see this offer the way it is offered here tonight. Again, this is an offer specifically for this training tonight, specifically by midnight. This is the most robust offer ever.
Well, and it's 2 veneer books.
Yes.
So.
Just in case you needed an extra veneer book, that's not the same.
Well, I honestly think that everybody could use 2 veneer books.
Absolutely. Perspective sells cases, right? You always hear this. Doctors say, oh, you know what? I gave him so much value. I gave him so much value when I went over my treatment plan. The next question I always ask him is, did you give them perspective before value?
Yeah.
It's like, you go in for LASIK and the guy's like, it's $5,000 for LASIK. You're like, oh my God, $5,000. But then he'll ask you, well, when you go take your trip to Hawaii or Maui or wherever you go, when you wake up in the morning, wouldn't you love to see the water and the trees and all that? Now he's giving you perspective before the value.
Oh yeah, patients seeing the cases of what could be done makes a huge difference. Look, I changed it. 2 photo books by midnight.
That's it. That's all. These are just these are the bonuses. Not to mention the course alone, easily $29.97. And the bonuses stacked on top of that make it even more incredible. So check it out. We've had so many doctors just registered tonight. And hopefully you guys love this training. Give us a shout out in the comments. What did you think of the training tonight? Dr. Nanan says, hey, can you explain temporaries for crowns and veneers, please? From Trinidad.
Yeah, what does he want to know about it? Like let's get specific. Because provisionals, there's lots to talk about there even,
Yeah, let us know.
What specifically does he want to know about?
Cementation, materials, how to fabricate them, lab fabricated chair side. What do you want to know?
So I'll tell you one thing where I'd like to be going and where I am going is we're planning we're planning to go into digital workflow for some of what I do. So I'm looking at getting another scanner. I have the Lava chairside oral scanner. I'm looking at getting a Trios also. And what I'd like to be able to do is we'll scan the patients for the functional analysis, and then we'll print models as opposed to taking even infogram impressions and pouring models. I want to be able to print models at a high level of accuracy. I know they have something like 25 micron accuracy. And my goal is to be able to digitally design the wax up and then be able to take a scan of the preps and use the digitally designed wax up over the scan and print or mill the provisionals.
That's amazing.
So these are all like the way technology is going, the digital workflow is going to be very exciting the next few years. But my goal is to be able to mill probably PMMA provisionals, and that will be what we'll be doing as our next kind of taking it to the next level as far as making provisionals. But the simplest provisionals you create are chairside, but what you need is a really good shell. So what I was just showing, that video of Amanda making the shells, the hard cast shell created on the BioStar machine from the duplicate model of the diagnostic wax up is exceptionally accurate. It's very accurate. So we use that filled with a Luxatemp, ProTemp, whatever material you'd like. We seed it in the patient's mouth. I can see through the shell that it's seated properly. We let it set, and then we take it out, trim it, contour the embrasure form like I talked about. And then we're able to re-cement it, depending on whether it's crowns or veneers, how you'd want to cement it. So that is a really predictable, straightforward technique. We show that in Module 5. But where I'd like to go is ultimately be able to mill really accurate provisionals. But I think we're still a year away from that. I was talking to a friend of mine, Dr. Rob Ritter, and he saw a machine that prints the provisionals. So, you know, the technology's coming at us fast and furious. It's just a matter of where are we going to invest as not a huge lab, but as a dental practitioner that's going to make sense for a practice, you know? But I'm definitely interested in all of this, and this is where we're going. So it'll be cool. And, you know, these are things that we'll talk about on a monthly basis with the members as we're implementing digital workflow at a higher level. I do make crowns from the Lava chairside oral scanner. And I'll tell you, the digital scan to crown, that's digitally designed crown and milled, the accuracy is really, really high. The accuracy is really high. So it's really quite good. It's just like, what about the accuracy of the printed models, or printed models that are scans of the whole arch, right? It's the stitching of the whole thing together that's where the difficulty can happen. So there's speed bumps along the way, I would think. But it's something that we're heavily interested in putting together as a team. My assistant Amanda is really into this idea, you know, as we've talked about it. She likes cool stuff too. So yeah.
Well, I tell you, you got to look ahead. And
Oh yeah, I'm totally like, okay,
what's going to do it?
We're doing cool stuff, but I'm not stuck on what I do works and not to change.
Yeah.
There are certain things I don't want to change. My core build-up technique, I see no reason to change. My bonding of veneers technique, I see no reason to change. My diagnostic records, taking instead of alginate or improgum impressions and scanning the patient and printing the models, I see reason to do that. I think that that's cool. But there are certain things that I will not see that I think makes sense to change, but there are certain things that definitely make sense to investigate change. So,
Excellent. Well, let's see. I know you got to get going. We want to wrap it up. Couple of simple, I guess the question was a simple method for fabrication of chairside, maybe using
the shell. You have a good shell made from the duplicate model of the wax up. Yep. You fill it with the material, you seed it on the teeth. I put Vaseline on the teeth before I do that. That is the simplest, quickest, easiest, fastest way to make provisionals.
Let me ask you this. You don't have a wax up. Can you take a putty of the existing dentition and then Luxatemp?
Yeah, you can do that. You're not going to change the design of the teeth that way.
No.
But that's a way to do it in a pinch. You know, if we're doing a single posterior crown, tooth has some fractures, we're just making a new crown, we'll make a little template from the existing tooth and make the provisional with that.
Sure.
But, you know, if you're doing a veneer case, I want to do the wax up and figure out what design changes we're making and implement that into the provisionals so we can test out if we're changing the incisal edge position or whatever, so the patient understands what we're doing and approves of it before we make the porcelain restorations. So,
Great questions. Let's see here. Well, great questions coming up. Let's see. Those are some excellent questions. I'm looking through the roster here. I don't see any others. I mean, I think we did a pretty good job. I mean, really good job of getting getting all the questions all out. But I got to tell you, Steve, I mean, thank you so much. I mean, every training we do or I watch of yours, I mean, it's so detailed and you never really give the same cases over and over because you do these cases. So, I mean, I'm so grateful for your time here, your dedication to just being clinically so refined and so meticulous in all your work because I tell you, it shows through just in the way you present your cases, in the way you set up your procedures. I mean, it shows through in the slides. It shows through how you speak about them. So I'm so thankful and grateful for you to be here for our audience. And you guys, I mean, hopefully you guys give them a great warm applause for people.
The silent webinar applause.
Dr. Nanan said it's been a tremendous experience, and that's what we want to hear. There's a good group of doctors on. Just post something in the comments. I mean, he's given pretty much 5.5 hours of his evening at no charge, literally for free. And of course, and also on top of that, offered his program at an incredible bonus with an incredible package. And I don't take that for granted. So thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you inviting me. You've done a lot for dentistry with your webinars and just putting together different speakers with your audience. So, the bottom line is helping people help more of their patients and grow their practices. And here's the biggest bottom line is improve your joy with dentistry. So you enjoy this and you're into it and you're excited by it and this is what you want to do with yourself.
So
okay, my friend. So everybody has till midnight. That will basically the page will actually switch to a closed page, I believe, at midnight Pacific. So obviously the 2 bonus books are gone at that point too, and there's another bonus that we're taking away if we were to decide to send this out again. But we'll have to decide on that tomorrow, Ranesh. I'm too tired to think tonight.
I want to give a shout out to some people here that have been on the training. Dr. Sadadine or Sahar, she woke up at 4 a.m. to watch this webinar. Where are you from, Doc? And it was worth it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Where are you from? Let's see. Where are you from to watch this? I'm just kind of curious. 4 a.m. I'm assuming like
4 a.m. That's Europe, maybe.
Way in Europe. Like that's not the UK.
No, that would be almost Iceland.
Yeah. So Sahar, where are you from? Where are you watching it from?
No, the UK would be 6:30.
Yeah, that's like 8 hours from us, 5 hours from you guys. She's in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. Yep.
Oh, she started at 4 a.m. Yeah, duh. It's not 4 a.m. now for her. Oh, that's cool. Saudi Arabia.
Now, let me tell you all something. I think
we need a Saudi Arabia member. You need to join.
There you go. Sign up.
I don't know if I have a Saudi Arabia member. I need one.
Well,
she needs to join, or he. I couldn't tell.
You could be the first one. Michelle, it's 6:26 a.m. in the UK, and Michelle is still on, kicking here with us. Awesome. Adesh, it's 2:32 a.m. in Trinidad. Dr. Nanan, awesome.
That's awesome.
Now, here's the thing. This curriculum is fully online. So if you can't make a members webinar, it's posted.
He's asking, am I an AACD member? That's funny. I'm accredited member of the AACD. Somebody was asking about the AACD member. Sorry, Ranesh, I didn't mean to.
No. Go ahead. I saw that as well too. But this is a fully online curriculum. So you have doctors from all over the world in this thing. So you don't have to travel anywhere. You can get the benefit of someone who is not only a clinician who practices, but who has a successful, predictable curriculum around this specific topic of occlusion design, full mouth cases, full mouth rehabilitation, wear cases, restoring smile design, all of this stuff that we saw today. It's all here. It's all here for you. So don't pass this up. If there's any sort of intention into doing cases like this in your practice, then get in. What are you waiting for? It's all there. It's all there. Risk assessment, treatment planning, pre-treatment case preparation, preparation techniques, bonding and finishing cases. I mean, these are just some of the modules. And then you're going to go into all the bonuses. And then you're going to go into the monthly members training. If you don't condition something into your new habits, these habits usually don't stick. If you want your habits to stick, you got to be held accountable. You got to condition them into your routine. That means one and done doesn't work. It has to happen again, and it has to build on it. So we're hoping that this is a platform for you that you can build on. So this is just the start. And if it's for you, awesome. If it's not, that's great. I'm sure you've received a lot of golden nuggets from just tonight where you can go back to your practice tomorrow and work forward on a great level. So thank you guys for that. And I think that the true testament here with that goes to you, Steve, for putting an incredible curriculum like this together. So I'm excited about it. I don't ever think we should lose a sense of perspective and gratitude for it, because these courses make all the difference.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate being invited. It was lots of fun. I'm half asleep now, though. I have to admit, I'm starting to doze.
Well, you know what? Look, you're teaching sleeping. This is great.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade.
And you guys, when you show up on the members webinars, he will be sleeping. He will be sleeping.
The member webinars typically go 3 to 4 hours as well.
Wow.
It's just, by the time we look at cases, answer questions, I show about roughly an hour and a half of my new presentation. It's pretty rare that they're less than 3 hours. It's just the way it rolls, It's pretty common to be that long.
So listen.
But anyway, I think I'm gonna head out because I'm pretty tired.
Thanks for the good words, guys. Thanks for the good words, Adesh. I appreciate that. Sahar, I see your comment. Hang in there. Keep pushing. Great start to your career. And you're right. This is the only unique course that I know of where you got it from a dentist that sees patients daily and has a curriculum, a wet-handed dentist. So yes, there's true value. And keep everything in the loop. Keep us posted on your progress. And when you're ready, we'll be ready for you as well. So to all of you out there, thank you for being here, your attention, your time, and your commitment to further excellence and this sense of constant, never-ending improvement. So thank you guys. God bless you all. And as always, as I say, live inspired. Life is much richer that way, and great things are possible when you are inspired to do more, be more, and to create some more value out there in the world. Michelle says she's going to be joining. Congratulations. There you go. I'm sure I know you have one from UK. You have many doctors from UK, right?
We have quite a few in the UK. The UK is a really big area of dentists interested in this kind of dentistry. It's really popular and growing there. They're doing some great stuff. So we're getting a lot of members from UK.
We're going to welcome you all. So thank you guys. With that being said, Steve, any closing thoughts?
I'm foggy now, man.
Okay, guys. Well, have a great evening. I'm going to go hydrate with some water.
All I can say is I think the bonus package is a great combination of stuff for case acceptance and stuff for actually doing the dentistry.
Yeah.
So there's some good material here to help you with your case acceptance so that you're not just learning this and not applying it, but there's good training here just to be able to do some basic cases beyond not even having to do the really big full mouth cases. So I think the bonus package is really a good bonus package. I'm pretty happy with it. And I think that people are really going to like the books. So keep in mind, I'm going to order more tomorrow because we got a lot of people join tonight, and I doubled the books. So I have to order more tomorrow. So it might be a week and a half before we ship everything, but we'll get them shipped ASAP. In the meantime, you have everything on the site you can enjoy.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much again, Steve. Thank you, guys. And we are signing off. As always, live inspired.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.